Welcome to Consign. Super excited to have you here, and congratulations to you for pulling the trigger and actually taking the first action step to changing your life. In this course, we're going to build a six-figure online reselling business together. And I put a lot of time and effort into making this course for you. So I hope that your results will shine through and you're able to get those wins as soon as possible, because your wins are my wins, and I I would love to see your success. So we're inside of my computer now, and let's just go over the welcome video. Awesome. So welcome. This is the agenda. This is what we're going to go over in this video. We're going to talk about the course curriculum, how to get support, important things to remember, and at the end we have some content and exercise for you. Or actually, this should say contest, not content. Little typo, but we're going to keep that in there. Keep it authentic. Okay, so welcome. Again, first of all, super excited to have you here. Congratulations on pulling the trigger and actually leaping into the water. And secondly, I can't wait to show you our consign blueprint step by step and see what you're able to come up with. Now, inside of this course, we're going to show you everything you need to get started with your own online reselling business in the shortest amount of time possible. So, to put this into perspective, I did $250,000 in my first year with this information. And this is without guidance, mentorship, just pure trial and error by myself. Now, I want to see you, our customer, surpass these results. If I'm able to do $250,000 in revenue without all this information to help me get started, that just shows you what's possible. Now, everybody's situation is different, but with this information, I want to see you do way past that. So let's keep going. Now, this is what we offer. We have Consign, the program you're currently in right now, and it's $1,000 a year, and it comes with the Consign Masterclass, which is our IP, intellectual property, all the information you need to scale to a six-figure reselling business. It also comes with the Consign AI, which is a GPT AI bot that we built on top of Consign. It has access to all the worksheets, all the criteria, checklists, every video. It has access to everything inside of Consign, and it's at your fingertips. You can get instant answers to your questions anytime that you need them. Now, Consign also comes with the community and weekly Q&A calls. Next up is the Consign C-Suite, and this is $1,500 a year. And it comes with everything in Consign: priority support, C-Suite WhatsApp group, and additional C-Suite workshops, which are weekly. And finally, we have the Consign Mastermind, which is at a price point of $3,000 per year. It is more of a one-on-one mentorship, and it comes with everything inside of Consign and C-Suite. It has exclusive mastermind community, which is inside of the WhatsApp group, and additional weekly mastermind calls and quarterly events plus recordings. If you're interested in upgrading, you can go to terryzhao.com/upgrade, and we can talk more about your situation, or you can upgrade directly in the classroom tab. Cool. Now, the course curriculum. Before I just jump into the course curriculum, I want to make it clear that we chopped up the course into specific wins. Every folder inside of the course revolves around a win that we want you to achieve. This way, you know exactly what goal you're aiming for when you're inside of the course and exactly what you need to achieve that goal. So in week 1, we have the orientation OS. Basically, set up your profile, learn the rules, and get your first win. Secondly, we have sourcing OS. This is where you learn exactly how I source winning products that actually sells. Third, we have Sell OS. This is where you learn how to sell your products without lifting a finger. This is where you list, price, and move your inventory on Stadium Goods. That is the platform that we're partnering with to sell our products. Now, next we have Entity OS. This is where you set up your LLC and operate like a real business. Week 5, we have Sales Tax OS. After you set up your LLC, we will show you how to file your sales tax exemptions and avoid paying unnecessary tax. This is a huge edge depending on where you live. For example, in New York, the sales tax is 9%. By removing sales tax, you gain a 9% edge over your competitors. Now in week 6, we have the Capital OS. This is where we teach you how to access funding and apply for 0 APR cards to reinvest into your own business. Week 7, we have Logistics OS. This is where you learn how to delegate your shipping and pickups and everything logistics related when you start to scale and you're dealing with a lot of inventory. And then finally, we have Scale OS, where we teach you how to implement systems and leverage to grow past 6 figures. Super excited to see where you go with this course. Let's keep it going. Now, let's talk about how to get support inside of Consign. First of all, we have the Consign AI. This is an AI trained on the full Consign, and you can get instant answers from any lesson. Secondly, we have School Search. Each and every video is fully transcribed and searchable inside of School for fast support. Third, we have Q&A calls. Join them, they help. Fourth is the community. If you ask quality questions, you will get quality answers. Make sure you leverage the community, make posts, and make friends. Next is the Consign material. I cover everything click by click inside of the material. Go through the training first. This should answer all of your questions. If not all, then most of them. And then you can use everything else to answer the rest of your questions, like the AI, the school search, community, Q&A, etc. And then finally, we have the C-suite and mastermind. If you want to get results faster and easier with prioritized support, consider upgrading and we will fast track you. And before I move on to the next slide, let me just quickly show you everything so you know exactly how to use it. So first is the AI. You go to terryzhao.com/AI and it will redirect you to the Consign AI. So here it is, Consign AI, all the Consign Masterclass knowledge in one chat, ask away. If you don't have a ChatGPT account, you can quickly make one and start using this instantly. Awesome. Next, we have the School Search. So inside of School, they have a search bar for the current community you're in. So for example, Consign. Let's say I have a question about rejections. I can type in rejections here into the chat and it will into the search bar and it will take me directly to where I mention rejections inside of the masterclass. For example, logistics manager. This is where I talk about the rejections that I got from sending shoes into Stadium Goods and how I dealt with it. And it also shows you the exact timestamp that's talked about, so you can jump directly there. Very cool. Next is the Q&A calls. You can find the Q&A calls inside of the calendar tab, which is here. Right now we have weekly Q&A calls every Friday and it's subject to change. And in the future, we do plan on adding way more calls onto the calendar so you can get more value. Next is the community. Inside of the community tab, you can feel free to make a post here. Use the search bar, look through every post that was ever made, every comment, everything. Very powerful. Next up is the Consign material, of course, where we cover everything. That is where you're watching this video right now. And finally, the C-suite and mastermind is where you can upgrade. And you can find that right here inside of the classroom tab, or you can go to terryzhao.com/upgrade and learn more about it. Awesome. Now, here are some important things to remember. First of all, there is no fluff. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything in this course or add a bunch of fluff. I'll make it as to the point as possible. You want results and I want you to get results. So let's get there in the most efficient way possible. Secondly, is work. Work, work, work. I don't know a single person that doesn't work hard. So you want to model that. Of course, we give you everything up front, plug and play, but it's not a magic wand. You have to work hard to get the results that you want. So don't get that confused. Put in the work and you will see the results. Third is to invest in yourself, time, money, and effort, not just into us, but invest in yourself and your business. Fourth is speed is perfection. Don't get caught up in the details. Move fast. Speed is perfection. Get it done. Even if it's not perfect, you have a proven concept. And last thing is to stick to it. Everyone has shiny object syndrome. Don't get distracted. Stick to the thing that you're passionate about, that you want to go all in. Figure it out. Once you figure it out and you have a proven concept, scale, build momentum. That's what we teach here inside of Consign, and that's what we're going to make happen for you. Now, let's talk about the contest and exercise. The Consign Games. The Consign Games is a monthly contest for our community, and we highlight and reward the top performing Consign students who go all in and get real results. This is how you win. You complete the course, you take action, and you share your wins in the community. By sharing your wins through posts, you inspire other people, and the biggest transformation each month wins and enter the Consign Hall of Fame. Now the prizes, big rewards for big actions. Winners get coaching, free Consign access, spotlight interviews, surprise gifts, and more. Prizes are subject to change every month, so you can expect a lot more exciting prizes in the future. And why this matters. Win or not, you are growing. Even if you don't win, the process of playing the game builds your business and your brand fast. And one last thing I will leave you with is that the same person can't win the games more than once. So if you don't win this month, don't get discouraged. You will have next month to keep it going. And eventually, if you don't give up, you're going to win. Never give up. And finally, the exercise. Introduction. It's time for you to introduce yourself to the community. So I made it simple for you. I have an introduction template you can find at terrysdao.com/intro template. We're going to go click into it and show you what's it about. So the introduction template, and I'll do it along with you just so you know exactly what to do. Just copy and paste the Google Docs, come into community, click on the introduction category, and then make your post here. So let's do it. Hi, I'm Terry. Hi, my name is Terry. I live in New York City, and I plan on building a reselling community. I want to get these 3 things from the community. Learn how to source, open up an official LLC, and get business funding. For fun, I like to do these 3 things: code, read, and explore. And then pro tip is to include an image of yourself, a 90-second Loom video, GIFs, make a poll, increase the interaction on your post. This will help you earn more points, level up faster, and you will earn more rewards. So just to give you an example, I'll put in a GIF, make a poll, good, great, meh, and great. Question: how are you doing? See, just like that, simple. And then we're gonna add a picture of myself. Let's just go here and let's pick this one. Boom, just like that. And then we can click post. Awesome. Now it's your turn. I wanna see your post. I love to read them, and I will leave a comment under it. Cool, let's summarize. And it's pretty simple. Just go all in. You're already here. You already took your first step. You already decided to change your life. So all you have to do now is go all in, go through the course material, take in everything at your own pace. Don't rush things. Go one step at a time, secure all the wins, and you will be where you achieve to be in no time if you just put in the work. I'm super pumped to see what you achieve. Super excited for you. Let's do this. Take care, guys. Talk soon. Welcome to the first video in the course. If you ever thought about making money from sneakers, but didn't want to deal with the hassle of managing orders, shipping, or customer service, then you're in the right place. Today, we're going to dive into one of the most powerful ways to profit from sneakers, consignment. Specifically, how you can use Stadium Goods to consign your sneakers and make passive income. Let's break it down. First off, let's clarify what consignment actually means in the sneaker world. When you consign sneakers, you're essentially partnering with a platform like Stadium Goods. You send them your sneakers and they sell them for you. The catch is you don't get paid until the sneakers sell. Once they're sold, you'll get your cut minus the platform fees. All right, now that we know what consignment is, let's focus on how it works specifically on Stadium Goods. Here's the process you'll go through as a consigner. First, you'll need to sign up as a consigner on the Stadium Goods website. Just go to the Sell With Us section, fill in your details, and you'll create your account. You can't just send in any sneakers. Stadium Goods only accepts brand new, dead stock sneakers. No used pairs allowed. They must be in the original box and in mint condition. So before sending, make sure your sneakers are fresh and ready to sell. Once you've got your sneakers ready, you can either ship them to Stadium Goods or drop them off in person if you're in New York. You'll need to print a consignment form from your account that helps Stadium Goods track your items and list them correctly. After you submit your sneakers, Stadium Goods will determine a pricing range based on their market data. Or you can propose a price. They'll list your sneakers for sale on their site and retail stores. Once your sneakers sell, you'll receive a payout. The payout is after Stadium Goods consignment fees, which typically range between 20 to 25%, depending on your account and the sneakers you consign. Payments are made through bank transfer. If this is a little overwhelming, don't worry. Soon I will be uploading a video walking you through exactly how to set everything up. Now, let's cover some common questions that come up when people are starting with consignment on Stadium Goods. The first question is, how long does it take to sell my sneakers? It depends on the sneaker and the demand. Some sneakers can sell in a few days, others may take a few weeks or months. It's important to be patient, especially if you're consigning higher end or limited edition sneakers. Make sure you do proper research. How much do I get paid? The payout is usually 80% to 85% of the sale price, depending on the fees and your agreement with Stadium Goods. You'll get the most out of your consignment when you understand the market value of the sneakers you're selling. Question 3. Are there any fees? Yes. Stadium Goods take a consignment fee that ranges from 20% to 25% based on various factors like the sneaker's value and your seller tier. Question 4. What if my sneakers don't sell? If your sneakers don't sell within a certain period, Stadium Goods may return them to you. You can either have them sent back or reduce the price to make them more competitive. It's essential to keep track of your listings so you know when to adjust your strategy. Question 5. How does Stadium Goods sell items for more than other marketplaces? They have a strong branding, an established reputation, and a high-end customer base that is willing to pay a premium for authenticity, convenience, and status. Question 6. How do I choose which sizes to send? It depends on the brand. For Yeezys, bigger sizes tend to sell better. For brands like Onitsuka Tiger or Adidas, smaller sizes are often in demand. Check the data before buying inventory. There's no strict guideline to sizes. Always do your research properly. Question 7. What type of products can I consign besides sneakers? They also accept streetwear and accessories from select brands, but sneakers are the primary focus. If I missed any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments below or reach out to me on Instagram. To wrap it up, consignment through Stadium Goods is one of the best ways to passively profit from sneakers. You don't have to worry about packaging, shipping, or handling customers. Stadium Goods take care of all that for you. All you need to do is source your sneakers, send them in, and collect your payout when they sell. In the next video, we'll be diving deeper into why consignment is a better choice for many sneaker resellers compared to the hustle of direct selling. But for now, go ahead and set up your account with Stadium Goods and start looking through your sneaker collection to find the perfect pairs to consign. Make sure you're subscribed and leave any questions you have in the comments below. See you in the next video. Welcome back to Module 1.2, Why Consignment? In this module, we're going to explore the pros and cons of the consignment business model. I'm going to break down why consignment might be an attractive option for anyone interested in commerce or reselling. I'm going to highlight the advantages and the potential challenges of leveraging this model. What is the big opportunity? According to runrepeat.com, the sneaker resale revenue has steadily been growing up. We can see that from 2019 to 2023, it has increased by billions of dollars every year. So what does this mean? It means that the sneaker market is bigger than ever. More buyers are flooding the market looking for exclusive kicks, and we want to take advantage of that. But we don't want to be selling every pair one by one. That's outdated, bro. Instead, we're going to be leveraging the consignment business model to scale our business without lifting a finger. All right, so let's get into some pros of this business model. The first pro that I'm going to talk about is time freedom. With the consignment method, you don't need to spend hours fulfilling orders, answering customers, or managing a store. The consignment store takes care of everything, giving you more time to focus on other things in life. The second advantage I want to talk about is place freedom. You can run your consignment business from anywhere without the need of a physical storefront or dealing with geographic constraints. All you need is access to the internet. Number 3 on the list is no fulfillment worries. The consignment store takes care of packing, shipping, and returns, meaning you don't have to worry about chargebacks, logistics, or dealing with customers. Number 4 on the list is no inventory management. All aspects of inventory are handled with the consignment method. You don't have to worry about storage space or renting out a warehouse. Next on the list is selling to premium buyers. By partnering up with a consignment store, you are able to leverage their customer base. You instantly gain access to premium buyers who are willing to pay top dollar for your products. Number 6 on the list is scalable business model. With the pros that I mentioned earlier, you can scale your consignment business efficiently. You don't have to worry about logistics or overhead costs. Number 7 on the list is exposure and marketing. Consignment stores already have established customer base, and they spend money on marketing, so you don't have to. And last on the list is low startup cost. You can start consigning with $0. You can consign something you already have. You can consign as few as one product, or you can consign 100 products. If you have a credit card, you can put everything on credit. You have a month to sell the products that you purchase before having to pay off your credit card. With the right technique, that can be accomplished without having to spend a single dollar from your own pocket. Now let's go over some cons with the consignment business model, specifically with stadium goods. The first on the list is no ability to raise prices. On stadium goods, you are not allowed to raise your prices after the initial listing. That means you can't capitalize on price surges or adjust for market changes. You can only lower the prices to help move inventory. Number 2 is competition with other consigners. You are not the only one consigning products. Your sneakers will be competing with similar items from other consigners. So make sure you're consigning high quality items so you stand out. Number 3 is undercutters. Other sellers might undercut your pricing to get their products to sell faster. This means you might have to lower your prices to remain competitive or risk not making the sale at all. Number 4 on the list is rejection of products. Some of your products may be rejected due to a variety of reasons. The most common reason is quality control. Although you can return the products for your money back, you essentially lose on the time invested in obtaining the product. Number 5 on the list is shipping fees add up, if applicable. If you're someone who needs to ship your sneakers to the consignment store, shipping costs can quickly add up. And lastly, are aged inventory fees. On Stadium Goods, if your sneakers sit too long in the consignment stores without selling, they will begin to charge you a fee after 180 days. This fee ranges from 50 cents to $1 every month. It might seem like a small fee, however, is charged on every product that exceeds 180 days. This can quickly add up. Is consignment right for you? Look, consignment isn't for everyone, but if you resonate with one of these points, then you might be the perfect fit. You're interested in selling sneakers, but you don't want to deal with customers. You're interested in passive income, earning money without lifting a finger. Or you're tired of holding on to inventory and you want someone else to handle it for you. Or if you're into commerce, but you're tired of spending time listing and selling. Or you want access to premium buyers who are willing to pay top dollar. And finally, you like the idea of leveraging a proven system instead of doing everything yourself. If any of these points sound like you, then consignment might be the smartest business move you ever make. Thank you for tuning in to Module 1.2 of the Consignment Masterclass. In the next module, we're going to go over exactly step by step how to create your accounts. I'm going to walk you through the foundations and give you the perfect setup to get started. Remember, the key to success is getting started and staying consistent. I hope you got a better understanding of the pros and cons of reselling through a consignment business model, and really ask yourself if this is the move for you. If you are interested in pursuing this business model, leave a comment in the description below letting me know what do you think. Like the video and press the subscribe button. My name is Terry, and it's been an absolute pleasure, boys. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Peace. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another module. This one is account setup and essential tools. There are going to be some key steps that we're going to take. So let's get right into it. Quickly, I'm going to go over what we're going to cover. We're going to create the following accounts: StockX, Rakuten, Stadium Goods, Goat, and Sneaker Dunk. And we're going to install the following extensions: Stadium Supply Helper and Rakuten. I'm going to walk you through every single one step by step so you could do it along with me. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. Save yourself some time. All right, let's get started. Account setups and essential tools. So, account setup. The first one we're going to do is StockX. So let's get right into it. We're going to create our StockX account. Hit the sign up button on the top right. Just fill out your information. Fill out the form. Click the sign up button. There you have it, folks. Just like that. All done. Now on to the next one, Rakuten. We got to make our Rakuten account now. Same thing. Fill out the form, join now, and that's pretty much it. Our next step is Stadium Goods. So we got to make our consignment account. So let's quickly do that. Click create an account on the bottom, fill out the form. Oh my goodness. There we go. And then we have to confirm our account with the link in our email. So we'll quickly do that. There we go. And now we can log in. And then there is some more form that we have to fill out. So we have to fill out our address, and that's pretty much it. So let's do that real quick. Save. Oh, click save. Accept the terms and conditions. Close, and we're in. That's pretty much it. And we're started. Perfect. After we're done with that, we have to create our GOAT account and our Sneaker Dunk account. So we're going to get into both of that right now. Create our GOAT account. Click create an account from the drop down. Fill out the form. And we're in. That's all. And now we have to create our Sneaker Dunk account. Same process, just fill out the form. We need to make a username. Sign up. Oh, I got a 403 forbidden. That's strange. Let me try again. There we go. And now we also have to confirm with our email. So I'm going to quickly do that. There we go. Your email verification has been confirmed and you are now a full member. All right. And we're done. And now the next step we're going to take care of are our essential tools. So we need to install the Stadium Supply Helper extension, and we need to install the Rakuten extension. So let's get started with that. Okay. We're going to start off with the Stadium Supply Helper extension. We're just going to add it to our browser. In my case, I'm using Brave. You might be using Firefox or Chrome. They both work. We're going to install that. And I'm going to give you a quick understanding of what this extension does. So it inserts hyperlinks to the major marketplaces that we're going to be using. These are the marketplaces that we just made our accounts to. And it's going to show us a recommended price to buy each size at. So if we look at this picture, for example, we look at this, estimated payout is $270, right? So it would give us a recommended price of $207, saying that we should, if we source this product at this price, we would be making a good margin. And there are some other features that aren't in the pictures, like slider to adjust margin and highlights for last sold within 30 days. I can quickly show you what that looks like. So let's just go back here. And now we have our Stadium Supply Helper extension installed. You can see it's already in effect. We have our hyperlinks here. This is the slider that I was just talking about. We can adjust the margin that we want. So for me, I'm going to set it to 1.5, around there. And then when we click on something, you see how this has a highlight. If you put your mouse over it, it'll say that this sold within the last 30 days. And if we look at the date, that is within the last 30 days. So it's just a quick, helpful extension that I've personally made for myself, and I've open sourced it for everyone to use. So feel free to install that. It will definitely help you out. And the next tool we're going to get is the Rakuten extension. We want to capitalize on cash back so we can make more money and save more money. So we're going to install this. And we have to log in, I believe. Oh, it's already logged in for us. Perfect. This is the account that we just made a few minutes ago. So that's perfect. We're all set up with that. And now let's summarize. So we set up our accounts. We make sure that we create all our accounts. This is how we're going to start trading. And this is where the money is going to be made. Extensions. Make sure to install all the extensions that we talked about. This is how we can streamline our process and become a pro efficiently. So, with that, let's get to work. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next video. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Terry. Thank you. Peace out. I'm giving away gut shirts, hats, and socks to one lucky winner in the comment section below. Comment the secret word banana to enter the giveaway. You must be in the United States. Back to the video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be going over the sneaker gold mine. If you can't tell, I'm super excited to do this video with you. This might be the most important skill you have to get down, and that is sourcing. All right, in this video, we're going to go in depth about how to source sneakers. And without any further ado, let's get right into it. The sneaker gold mine. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to understand what makes a profitable sneaker. We're going to research market trends and data. We're going to understand key factors to identifying winning sneakers. And we're going to leverage stadium goods systems for higher sales. All right. With that said, at the end, we're going to have an action plan for you to get started. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video. Don't skip. Don't fast forward. All right, let's get going. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. All right, save yourself some time. Let's go. Understanding what makes a profitable sneaker. So, high demand plus high margin is what we're looking for. We want to focus on sneakers with strong resale demand and profit potential. Fast sell-through rate. Aim for sneakers that sell within 30 days for quick cash flow. This is the most important thing. We want to buy sneakers on credit and have it sold before we have to pay off the credit card. $200 plus selling price. Prioritize sneakers that sell consistently above this threshold for solid margins. Also, eventually we want to get to seller level 1, and one of the criterias for seller level 1 is have a average order value or AOV above 200. So when you're looking for sneakers, make sure you're finding sneakers that are selling above this price. Proven market performance. Use historical sales data to verify consistent demand and pricing. And finally, right sizes and colorways. Target popular sizes and versatile in-demand colorways. Almost every model has the better colorways. Almost every colorway have specific sizes that are more popular than others, all right? Researching market trends and data. The first on the list is to use multiple platforms. We want to look at data from multiple marketplaces like Stadium Goods, StockX, Go, and eBay to spot the trends. We want to know what the market wants. Track price trends. Sites like StockX have analytics and charts and graphs for us to visualize sneakers value over time. We want to use historical data to identify sneakers that are consistent. Compare across markets. Check pricing differences across platforms to find sourcing opportunities. Some sneakers on StockX might be more affordable than sneakers on Go, and vice versa. Watch for seasonal trends. Certain sneakers spike in demand during holidays, drops, and restocks. One of the most prevalent example I can give you are Uggs. Uggs are so hot in the winter seasons, and during the summer seasons, it's completely dead. So you don't want to be holding Uggs during the summer, guys. Key factors in identifying winning sneakers. Limited releases and collabs. Sneakers from exclusive drops or high profile collaborations hold strong value. Sneakers like Travis Scott's is one great example. These sneakers hold their value over time, and they are almost always gonna do good. Iconic and proven models. Air Jordan 4s and other timeless silhouettes consistently perform well. Everybody love Air Jordan 4s, even the females, not just males. Market demand and hype. Use sales data and social media buzz to see sneaker desirability. Consistent resale value. Avoid hype driven pairs with volatile pricing. Focus on sneakers with stable demand. We're looking for consistency, guys. One example I can give you are the Wales Bonners sneakers. The Whale Bonner sneakers are really hyped, and certain colorways do really good. However, there are certain colorways that also do really bad. So I'll give you an example. Right here we have Stadium Goods pulled up. Let me go to Wales Bonner. This one right here, this sand colorway, it's dead. Look at it. It's 200, 186, 163 compared to the leopard one, 2000, 1000. Guys, just because the Wales Bonner Samba is hyped, don't fall into the trap of buying all of the models, all right? You see, when This one came out. A common trap is, oh, it's Wales Bonner, so it's definitely going to do good, right? So I'll just buy a lot of it. And then look, the price completely drops. So don't fall into this trap. The last bullet point is what people are wearing. If you're outside, take notice of what people are wearing. Okay? I love being outside and seeing people wear the sneakers that I sell because it's like validation. And if someone is wearing that sneaker, that means there's demand for it, right? It was sold to that person, they paid for it. That's quick validation for you. So when you're outside, keep a mental note of what people are wearing on their feet. And if you see something often, that might tell you something. Leveraging Stadium Goods system for higher sales. So, utilize commission promos. Take advantage of Stadium Goods commission incentives to increase profits on selective sneakers. Get featured for more exposure. Aim to get sneakers listed in the featured section for higher visibility and faster sales. Use advanced search filters. Apply filters to sort sneakers by price and demand and sales history for smarter sourcing decisions. And consistent resale value. Avoid hype driven pairs with volatile pricing. Focus on sneakers with stable demand. I talked about this earlier. Consistency is what we're looking for. And track data for performance. Use Stadium Goods data to measure sell through rates and adjust your inventory strategy. With the Sneaker Supply Helper extension, we can do this very easily with the highlights and everything else. Okay, let's summarize. Identify high profit sneakers. That's number one. We want to focus on sneakers with high demand, fast sell through, and solid margins. We want to use market data. We want to research price trends, sales data, and platform comparisons to make informed sourcing decisions. Iconic and limited pairs. Prioritize timeless models, collaborations, and in demand colorways for higher resale value. And finally, we want to leverage Stadium Goods tools, utilize commission promos, featured categories, and advanced filters to increase exposure and sales. All right, I'm going to quickly go over commission promos and the featured categories so you have an understanding of what it is. So, when you go to Stadium Supply and you go into sell, list items, on the left here, we have a couple of filters that we can see. The first one being commission promos. So, what commission promos is a promotion that Stadium Goods offer for certain models. So when you look here, there is a promo for the Travis Scotts. And if we click into it, it says earn up to 10% more on all sizes sold by February 28th. And if we click into one of the sizes, we can see that the commission is 7.5% instead of 15%. So essentially, it is half off, up to 10%. That's what it means. And if we look at this one, Jordan 4 Rare Air, first 15 to sell is what it says. And it says no commission fees on all sizes for the first 15 sales by February 28th. And if we click on any size and we just put in a number, we can see that the commission fee is 0. So why is Stadium Goods doing this? Well, they're doing this because they want these pairs in their systems, okay? They want to incentivize consigners to bring in these rare pairs. That's the main reason. The promos are a really good way to make more money. However, don't fall into the trap of sourcing something just for the promo because a lot of things could go wrong, okay? One off the top of my head is that the promo ends before your pair sells. So your margins are all messed up. Another issue I can think of is competition. because there is a promo on a sneaker, that means that it's on a lot of people's radars. So you're going to have more people sourcing that exact same pair, and you're going to have to compete directly with those people to get the sale. So you might see a lot of undercutters, people dropping the prices by 20%, 10% just to get the sale. So promos are a great thing, but don't fall into that trap. The next thing I'm gonna go over is featured. So there is a lot of featured categories, okay? So what featured is a category of sneakers that Stadium Goods designates, like the commission promo. However, the special thing about the featured categories is that they actively market these categories. So let's give this Travis Scott category, for example, in the featured section. Stadium Goods will pour money into advertising and marketing just to make sure these shoes sell. So if you have a shoe in this category, you can be confident that they are actively advertising these sneakers compared to something else. So if I clear all, right, and we look at something like this, we can bet that this is getting way less exposure than something in the featured category. If we go to trophy cases, look at these. These are some grailed items. These are definitely getting a lot of eyeballs. So obviously you would want something from one of these categories, right? So that's just a quick high level overview of what commission promos and featured categories are. Let's get right back into the rest of the video. Now, on to the action plan. Your first action is to identify 5 potential sneakers. Research and select 5 sneakers based on high demand, sell-through rate, and 200 plus value. Use Stadium Goods, StockX, and GOAT to compare price and market data. Let's get to work. All right, so for this action plan, I'm going to do it with you. Okay? So we want to research 5, but I will do one of them for you. So let's get right into it. So this is what I would do. I would go to Stadium Supply, go to sell, list items. First thing I'm going to do is set my filters. So we want to look at above 200. But for me, I'm going to make it 300. And then I'm going to sort by bestsellers. So this checks a couple of boxes. We're looking for fast sell through rate and we're looking for above $200. Going down the list already, there's a lot to see here. If I'm going to be honest with you, I've already went through this list, so I know exactly which ones are the winning products. I can give you some of them very quickly, like this mushroom brown right here on the top of the list. But look, I'm not going to make it so easy on myself. I'm going to really do some research here along with you and hopefully give you an idea of my thought process. So let's scroll down a little bit. The further we scroll, the less sell-through rate there is because we're sorted by bestsellers. So we want to stick to the top of the list. So you don't want to scroll too far down. All right, so I'm just going to scroll around and see if there's something I can find that I haven't seen before. Something like this one. This one right here. This shoe reminds me of the Wales Bonner leopard sneaker that is going for well over $1,000. So let's take a look here. We're just going to click on some of the sizes and see what's going on. And already you see the yellow highlights. This is already a good sign. So it's telling me that this is selling consistently within the last month. And we see it drops off after 10.5 women's. So the sizes that we're probably looking for is between 5.5 women's and 10 women's. So we see right here, we could even narrow it down further. Within that range, there is another range from 6 women's to 9 women's, where there is an average sale value. You see, if we go outside of this range, there's no average sale. So that means these sizes right here are selling so much that they have enough data to calculate the average sale. So we can see that it's selling consistently for around $300. So this would be one of the sneakers that I would write down as a winning product for the action plan. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to work. I can't wait to see what you come up with. And that is the beauty of this business model, because there are thousands and thousands of sneakers. And every sneaker have different colorways, and every sneaker have different sizes. There are millions of possibilities. And it's not a stretch when I say this. There are definitely SKUs that I have missed that other people will find. Okay? I can't find all the gems. I'm just one person. And that is the beauty of this. Everyone have a chance at making money in the sneaker gold mine, okay? The game is very big. There's something for everyone. So, I can't wait to see what you guys find. Leave a comment in the video, leave a like, hit the subscribe button. In the community, make a post, let us know if you found something fire, if you made some money. We would love to hear it, all right? My name is Terry, and like always, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, and see you in the next one. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. Today, we are going to talk about the gold rush. In this video, we are going to mine the gold that we found in the sneaker gold mine. And without any further ado, let's get right into the video. So here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about sourcing with marketplaces. We're going to use the Stadium Supply Helper extension. And we're going to cross-reference sale data. And we're going to understand fees and shipping costs. And then there will be an action plan for us at the end to execute what we learned in this video. So let's get right into it. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. A pro tip, set the video to 2x speed, save yourself some time, and let's get right into it. So the first thing we're going to talk about is sourcing with marketplaces. Make sure you set filters for high demand products. Use filters on Sneaker Dunk, StockX, GOAT to quickly find sneakers with strong demand. Focus on price ranges, $200 plus, sell-through rate, and recent sales activity. Identify underpriced sneakers. Spot underpriced sneakers by cross-referencing listings across platforms. Look for discrepancies in prices and find shoes priced below their historic sales average. Leverage recent sales data. Use the marketplace's completed sales data to gauge actual selling prices and trends, not just listed prices. This helps avoid overpriced listings and identifies deals. Target specific models and sizes. Narrow down your search to popular models and target sizes that tend to sell faster. With that said, marketplaces themselves have a lot of valuable data that we can look at to source our sneakers. I'm going to use StockX as an example. As you can see, I already have some bookmarks saved from StockX. And the best thing about StockX filters are that they are embedded in the URL, so you can share them with others and you can favorite it to a bookmark to quickly access them. So let's look at the Yeezy one that I have saved. So in this bookmark, I've set it to men's only. I set the search to Adidas Yeezy Boost 350 and I sorted it by lowest ask. Let me show you how you can set up your own filters on StockX. So the first thing I do is search up a model that I really like. So Air Jordan 4 and then sort by lowest ask. And then we're gonna filter by men's. And there we go. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Jordan 4 retros in men's sizes and the most cheapest ones available. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to bookmark this. Add it to my favorites. So that's one way you can set up filters on marketplaces. Feel free to experiment. There are definitely more ways to do this. If you find something useful, feel free to share with the community. Let's get right back into the video. All right, the next thing we're going to go over is using the Stadium Supply helper extension. So if you haven't installed the extension already, I recommend you go back to the previous video, the account setup video, and follow the instructions there. So make sure you install and activate the Stadium Supply Helper extension in your browser. Easy. Win. Next on the list is to track market data in real time. We want to use the extension to quickly pull in historical price trends and sell-through rates directly from Stadium Goods. Third on the list is to compare pricing across marketplaces. We want to leverage the extension to compare live pricing data across Sneaker Dunk, StockX, and GOAT for any specific sneaker to ensure you're getting the best deal. Next, we have evaluate profit potential instantly. So with the extension, we can automatically calculate potential profits by factoring in Stadium Goods fee, shipping costs, and marketplace fees. The extension will help you make quick and informed decisions. So I'm going to give you a quick run through of how we can use the extension to help us streamline our process. I'm going to go over how we can track market data in real time and compare across marketplaces and how we can evaluate profit potential instantly. First things first, how can we pull up market data in real time? So I'm going to click into the Yeezy Bone sneaker, and on the top you see three links, right? You click on any one of them and it will pull up the sneaker instantly. So I'm not logged in here, but if you scroll down, you will see the historical market data right at your fingertips, and you can access the sneakers data right away. Regarding the multiple marketplaces, there are all three links here at your disposal. So we can click on all of the links and it will pull up the sneaker on all marketplaces. And we can quickly cross-reference and see where it is the cheapest. Back then, before I made this extension, you would have to go to each marketplace one by one and type in the SKU, the SKU, and manually pull up the data, which is a lot of time wasted. So thankfully, we have this extension now to quickly gather our data. Finally, let's talk about how we can evaluate profit potential instantly. So let's go with the pre-selected size 15 here. So we can see that this size is selling for 360 consistently. And with our margins set to 1.5, our extension does the calculation and lets us know that we should buy this shoe at around $200. So if we buy this shoe for $200 and we sell it for 360, we get a payout of 300. That's $100 gain, which is what we set the margin to, 1.51x. Let's use the extension to check the marketplace prices. Let's start with StockX, size 15. Already we can see that this is not under $200. So we can move on. On GOAT, size 15 is for $201. However, this doesn't account for the shipping fees, which would bring it to $215. So it's still not under 200. And finally, we can see that on Sneaker Dunk, it doesn't even have the size 15. With that said, after checking all the marketplaces, we can quickly make a decision to move on because there is no pair under $200 for us. And with that, I hope you have an understanding of how we can use the extension to source our products. Cross-referencing sale data. The first bullet point is to leverage completed sales data. We want to focus on last sold rather than lowest listed. So make sure you look at sneakers that have recently sold at prices near or above your target. The next bullet point is to identify price fluctuations. We want to cross-check sale data and look at price trends. We want to find sneakers that are consistent and not something that fluctuates and could take a nosedive and we end up losing a lot of money. The next bullet point is to analyze sell-through rate. We can use data to identify sneakers that move very quickly. We want to prioritize models with high sell-through rate so we can sell with a short time frame and optimize our cash flow. The next bullet point is to compare across multiple platforms. We want to cross-reference data from different platforms like StockX, GOAT, and Stadium Goods to ensure that you're getting an accurate picture of the sneaker's market value. By getting an understanding of the market price, we can quickly identify sneakers that are undervalued. And finally, the last bullet point is to track historical performance. We want to look at the long-term sales history of sneakers to spot consistent winners. A sneaker's value may fluctuate, but historically, high performers tend to stay profitable. To further expand on this, I'm going to hop into Stadium Supply and give you an understanding of what the data I'm referencing. Regarding the first bullet point, we want to reference the last sold rather than the lowest listed. Because imagine this, the lowest listed is $1,000, but the last sold is $500. Obviously, that is a red flag. So we want to always keep an eye on this one over this one. However, it's still very important to look at the lowest listed as well, because in a vice versa scenario where the last sold is $700, right? And the lowest listed is $400, that is also a red flag. That means that the shoe is fluctuating. If you have the same shoe, you will have to match the price at $400 or you simply won't be getting the sale. The third bullet point about sell-through rate, we can tell by the average sale. So if we look at size 6 and size 14, 14 has the average sale populated and size 6 does not. This means that size 14 has a way higher sell-through rate than size 6 because just off the fact that they have this field populated. Explanation for this is that Stadium Supply have enough data to calculate the average sale. For the last two bullet points about market trends, we can use Stadium Goods here as well as StockX to cross-reference. So if we pull up the same shoe on StockX, then we scroll to the bottom, here we can see the number of sales within a 12-month period. So 26,000 sales in a 12-month period is a lot. If we do the math here, that's 2,166 pairs sold every month. That is a lot. That number tells me that this shoe is very sought after. Now the question is, can we source this product for a good price? Remember the saying, the deal isn't made when you sell, the deal is made when you buy. So our goal is to source sneakers for a great price. Understanding fees and shipping costs. Account for platform fees. Stadium goods have a selling fee that can range from 15% to 20%. Understand shipping costs. Make sure to account for both inbound and outbound shipping fees. Look for deals on shipping or use bulk discounts if available. So on Sneaker Dunk, there are a bulk buying feature where you can save on shipping. We will get into that later in a future module where we are looking to scale. As of now, we're only looking to buy 1 to 5 sneakers to get started. Sales tax and processing fees. Be aware of sales tax collected by the marketplace and whether it will affect your earnings. Right now, if you're paying sales tax on your sneakers, it's okay. As long as you're still profiting within your margins, that's totally fine. In the future, I'm going to teach you how to be sales tax exempt when we create our LLC and form a business in the United States. Also, I'm going to teach you how to file for a refund for the sales tax that you paid until then. So don't worry about sales tax. So we're going to recoup those fees later on. Shipping time versus cost. Consider how paying a little extra for faster shipping can reduce the opportunity cost of tied up capital, speed up fulfillment, and increase your chances of making a sale within 30 days, ultimately improving your cash flow. Sometimes platforms like Goat and StockX has expedited shipping, and the difference is only a couple of dollars. In my opinion, when the difference is that minuscule, it's worth it to opt for the faster shipping in order to complete the life cycle quicker. Every day counts. Make sure you get those shoes in as quickly as possible. All right, let's summarize. So, number one is to source winning sneakers by analyzing data and leveraging marketplaces. Two is using the Stadium Supply Helper extension to streamline your sourcing process. Number three is cross-referencing sale data and evaluating price trends for smarter buys. And number four is factoring in fees and shipping costs to maximize profits. Now onto our action plan. For our action plan, we have buy your first 1 to 5 sneakers. We want to begin with a small batch of sneakers, test the process, and avoid the pitfalls of buying bulk too soon. We want to make sure we get all the checkpoints down before we scale up. Afterwards, I want you to post in the community. Post the 1 to 5 sneakers you bought and why you chose them. Share your expected profit range without revealing the purchase price. We want to keep our entry a secret until we make the sale. And briefly mention your reasoning behind each pair. Invite the community to give you feedback. And promise to update the community once you make your sale. And with that, let's get to work. For the action plan, I'm going to take some time myself and walk you through the entire process. So I'm going to buy 1 to 5 sneakers myself and show you exactly how I do it. All right, let's get to work. The first thing I'm going to do is pull up my worksheet that I've completed from the last video, the Sneaker Gold Mine worksheet. And here I've written down 5 sneakers that I think are winning products that match the criterias that I know will sell and I know will sell for a lot of money. So here is the 5 sneakers that I've written down. And I'm just gonna go down the list. So the first one we have is JI2734, and I'm gonna plug this into Stadium Supply. And it's the leopard sneaker that I talked about from the previous video. So we're gonna do a quick check and just see if there is a opportunity here. So we can see that the shoe is listed for $158, which is very low. So size 8.5 men's. Let's switch to women's because this is a women's shoe. 9.5 women's. So we can see that there is a lot of fluctuation here. Last sold for $400, but now the lowest listed is $246. So it dropped by $150. That's already a red flag in my head. So it does look like the market is adjusting. Maybe we can find something with enough data to have an average sale value so we can look at that one. Something like this. You can see the price is already dropping by a lot. So that is a huge red flag. Huge red flag. Huge red flag. Everything is dropping. I have a feeling that it's going to drop even further, so I'm going to just leave it alone. I'm just going to not touch it. Personally, don't like this model myself. I don't know what other people see in it, but based on that, I'm going to just skip. I'm going to move on. So the next one is JH9826. I'm going to plug it in here again. And that is the sales. That is the Wales Bonner Crocs. And what did I say? I said it had a fast turnover of 11%. And this number I got from StockX. So if we go to StockX, we find the shoe, and we scroll down and see, you can see the volatility is 11%. So that tells me that this shoe is selling constantly. So we're gonna do a check here and see what we can find. So I'm looking at size 8. It seems like this size is very consistent. We have an average price of $519. Let's go back to StockX and look at size 8. So for size 8, it's the lowest listed here. Size 8 for $280. And if we buy now, we would pay $311. I'm going to cross-reference the other markets, size 8. Right now, I'm just checking the other marketplaces and see if there are lower listed pairs. I've come to the conclusion that there isn't. Size 8 is the lowest on StockX for $311. And if we look at the plugin extension, it says to buy it at $288. So we are $20 above the recommended price. $20 above the recommended price is a lot. Given the data, this doesn't sound like a bad idea. 40% is still a really high margin. This shoe sells really fast. I know that from the data that we looked at. I think I'm going to buy it. I think I'm going to buy it because of just how good of a deal it is on StockX. I feel like I can execute this sale based on my intuition and my experience. So I'm going to just stop thinking about it. I'm going to just go jump in the water and take that risk. I'm willing to put a bet on this one. We're going to make sure we turn on Rakuten. That 1% cashback do add up. And we also want to make sure we're going to buy with a credit card. We want to farm those credit points because in the future, we want to book travel, we want to book hotels, we want to buy gift cards. There are so many things we can do with those credit card points. So make sure you're using a credit card. Make sure you're using Rakuten Cashback. And let's make that purchase. Let's buy it. All right. Congratulations to me. My order went through. I made my first purchase for today. Hopefully you can do the same. I would love to see you on the other side. And now I'm going to go ahead and add this to my ticket. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Although I have 3 more sneakers on my list, I'm going to leave it at that. Feel free to check them out yourselves if you like. I can't wait to see what you guys find. If you're comfortable, share it with the community. I would love to know. In the next video, we're going to talk about fulfillment. We're going to help you get to the next checkpoint where I'm going to walk you step by step on how you can get the shoe from your home to Stadium Goods in the United States. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure like always, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. In this video, we're going over the bidding strategy. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to understand stink bids, the 30-day data approach, the CSV system, optimized bidding strategy, and scaling without manual effort. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. Understanding stink bids. Stink bids aren't just about throwing random low offers. They're about placing strategic bids based on actual market data. The goal is to secure inventory below market value while ensuring healthy profit margins after fees. We're going to use the set and forget approach. Once bids are placed, we don't need to monitor it 24/7. We let sellers come to us when they accept. The key is to place multiple bids across a range of products, ensuring a steady stream of discounted inventory rather than chasing single deals. Since bids are placed only on fast-moving items, you avoid getting stuck with slow sellers while maximizing potential gain. Now let's talk about the 30-day data approach. We focus only on items that have sold within the last 30 days, ensuring high turnover and reducing the risk of holding slow-moving inventory. Remove low-value items, for example, the ones under $200, and only bid on products that allow for at least a 50% margin after fees and costs. Use real transaction data to determine which items are in demand, rather than guessing or following hype. Instead of manually checking each item, compile a CSV file of top-selling products and use it as a blueprint for bid placements. The process repeats every 30 days, ensuring that bid strategies stay aligned with the latest market trends and demand shifts. Now let's talk about the CSV system. Instead of manually searching for products, we compile high turnover items into a structured CSV file for efficient bidding. The CSV only includes items that meet preset profit criteria, for example, sold within 30 days, $200 price point. This file can be handed off to a VA or a contractor so they can quickly place bids without needing to analyze data themselves. A standardized format ensures accuracy, reducing the risk of placing bids on incorrect sizes, models, or unprofitable items. The CSV system allows for consistent execution, making it easier to scale and automate purchasing over time. Now let's talk about optimize the bidding strategy. Make sure to set bids based on 30 days sale data. Only place bids on items proven to sell quickly within 30 days, ensuring high turnover and reduced risk. Refresh bids regularly. Request a new CSV file every 1 to 2 weeks to stay aligned with current market trends and avoid outdated pricing. Bid expiry. Timing matters. Use 7 to 14 day expirations for fast-moving items and a 30-day max for stable pairs. Avoid long expirations to prevent overpaying if the market shifts. Target 50% margins. Calculate bids to ensure a 50% profit margin after factoring in StockX fees and selling prices from your consignment platform. The goal isn't to win every bid, but to place hundreds of bids and let the best deals come to you. And now let's go over scaling without manual effort. Automate the data process. Have your account manager provide a fresh 30-day sales CSV every 1 to 2 weeks to keep bid targets updated without manual tracking. I'm going to go over this further in detail in the account manager video. Delegate bid execution. Assign a VA or purchasing manager to place and refresh bids using the latest data, freeing you from daily bidding tasks. Use set and forget expirations. Implement 7 to 14-day bid expirations to minimize exposure to market shifts while ensuring consistent stock flow. Rule of thumb is to use 14-day bid expirations and 30-day bid expirations for evergreen products. Build a self-sustaining system. With the right data flow and delegation, purchasing runs on autopilot. Now let's summarize. Number 1 is to delegate data analysis and bidding. Have your account manager provide updated 30-day sale data and pass it on to a VA to execute bids, allowing for streamlined purchasing without manual effort. Number 2 is to optimize and automate bidding, using strategic bid placements with expiration dates to manage market fluctuations, ensuring a consistent flow of profitable inventory. And third is to scale without overload by automating the process and delegation execution. You can shift focus to the high-level strategy and growth, scaling your business with minimal involvement. Now let's get to work. I'm going to go over step by step exactly what this bidding strategy looks like so you can get started and implement this yourself. Your action item is to place your first bid. Here we go. Here in front of me, I have the speed of sale last 30 days sale data from my account manager. I've filtered it so it only includes items over $200 in sale price. And this list has thousands of entries. So there is a lot of data to debulk here. So let's start from the top. Let's start with the 9060 mushroom brown. The first step is to take the SKU and put it into Stadium Supply. So let's begin here looking. So we're looking at all of this entry for, well, that's a lot. So here is the data that we're looking at. These are all for mushroom brown. So we're looking at 5.5, 8.5, 8, 5, 7.5, 6.5, 6, 7. See a 7 in there. I see a 9.5. I see 11. So based on this data, these are the sizes that are selling very quickly. So now that I have these picked out, I'm going to go into StockX and start placing bids. So we're going to come over here, go into mushroom brown, and take a look. So we'll start top down. First we have 5.5, and we can see that it's saying to buy it for under $129. So we're going to place a bid now. Come down here and click make an offer. We have to make sure the subtotal is less than the amount we should buy it for. So if I put in 100, that is right under the subtotal, so we're going to place it. And we'll move on to the next one, 8.5. The market already shifted for 8.5, so I'm going to remove this one. We have no interest in pairs under $200. We're going to move on to size 8. This one says buy for under 123. We're going to place a bid here, make an offer. This is over 123, so we're going to have to reduce this a little bit, make it 100. There we go. Now for size 5, do the same, place a bid. Now I want to tell you that if you don't have this Chrome extension, you won't see this data here. So make sure you install the Chrome extension. You set the margin to 1.5 and then refresh the page to get the updated prices. If you don't want to install the Chrome extension for some reason, you would have to do the math yourself.
So for example, if we look at size 5, it sold for $299. The payout is $251. In order to get our buy price, we have to divide the payout by the margin amount. So $251 divided by 1.5, which is $166, which is what we see here. That's the math behind it. You could also do the math directly from the Excel sheet. However, there are some additional steps that you have to account for. Right here, we have the sale price data, which is $219. From the sale price, we have to get the payout data. The payout is 80% of the sale price. So 219 times 0.8 is the payout. We get $175 after fees. And then you have to divide by the margin amount, which is 1.5, which brings us to the source price. We should source this product for $116. There is a lot of math to do. If you don't want to do this math, just install the Chrome extension. You see, it's here right in your face, math done for you. All right, let's get back into the video. Size 5, buy for 166. Right now, this is over the amount we're looking for. We're going to place a bid instead. And we're going to set it for 133, which is right under that price. And then we're going to place that bid and leave it like that. Next is 7.5. It says buy for $179. Let's check it out. So 7.5 says to buy for $179. So we're going to place a bid. We're going to put a bid for $145. Make sure the expiration date is 14. Bid confirmed. Next is 6.5. We're going to place a bid. We want to get it for under $128. Click make an offer. I'm going to bid $100. This one I'm going to leave at 30 days because $100 is a very low price. So I'm not worried about getting filled on this one. Next is size 6. Chrome extension says to get for $167. We're going to place a bid here. We're going to offer 140 and then place the bid. Next is size 7. Chrome extension says get for 152. I'm going to make an offer and set it for 120 and then place the bid. Next is size 9. Chrome extension says get size 9 for $143. We're going to place a bid of 114. Bid placed. Now we're down to 9.5. Chrome extension says get for 124. We're going to make an offer of a 100 and then place the bid. Now we're on to our last one, size 11. Chrome extension says get for 135. We're going to make an offer of 110 and then bid confirmed. All right, awesome. Walked you through exactly how the bidding strategy works in real time. Your job now is to go out there and place your first bid. If you have any questions, reach out directly to me or post in the community. With that said, I'll see you in the next video. It's been an absolute pleasure. Peace.
This is the ultimate guide on how to source better inventory for your reselling business. So if you're new here and you're looking to get started, we're going to go over basically everything that I do step by step so you can learn and replicate the exact same steps. This is a baseline. I highly encourage innovation. This isn't the only way to do it, but this should be a guideline on how it should be done, especially if you're a beginner or you don't know how to consistently get inventory. With that said, we're going to go over the setup very quickly. First is open the Seller Stadium Goods website. So this is the website here, seller.stadiumgoods.com. This is where we're going to analyze real-time data. So this needs to be open. Secondly, you need to have the Stadium Supply Helper extension installed. Just go on Google, Stadium Supply Helper extension. And it's the first one. And the link will be somewhere attached with this video, so you can easily find it. So yes, Second is to have this extension installed. It's a helper function to improve the data on the Stadium Goods website. Third is have the Rakuten extension installed. This is Rakuten. This is the extension. It needs to be installed for the cashback. This is mandatory. Now, step 4 is to enable Rakuten. So you need to log into the account provided or make your own account if you're an individual, and then just make sure you have it enabled when you're sourcing products. So for example, we're mainly going to be sourcing from StockX. So click on the extension and click activate, or click up here and click activate, and it should change colors, meaning that it is now enabled. Perfect. Finally, step 5 is to set the margin to 1.5. So just type in 1.5 here, and then it will be set to 1.5. Perfect. The first method we're gonna go over is the product research method. So this is the bread and butter. This is how you find new products to sell. Go to Stadium Goods, go to sell, list items, and then set the average selling price to 200 and sort by best sellers. This way you only see the top selling products first, and you only see products that are selling for over $200 consistently. Now, why $200? Because of the pro seller level. I'm going to quickly go over that. So what is Stadium Pro Seller level, right? So their highest level is level 1, and your average sale price per quarter needs to be $200. So your average order value, or your AOV, must be over $200. This is the game Stadium Good wants you to play, and we're going to play by these rules. So we're only looking at products that will sell over $200, if that makes sense. And then secondly is sorting by best sellers. Obviously, we want shoes that will sell the quickest so we can get our money back. Our strategy here is to buy shoes on credit with a credit card and then sell it so fast that we get the money back before we have to pay off the card. That is the perfect scenario. So we only want to source best sellers. Now, here is the product research method. You're going to go through the list left to right, top down, because that is the order of best sellers. So this shoe right here, all the way on the top left, is the number 1 bestseller so far, currently. So we're going to click on it, and then we're going to check all the sizes. So we only want sizes that are selling for over $200. For example, size 5, lowest listed is 193. This already doesn't meet our criteria. None of these meet our criteria. These are all under $200, except for these. And then we're going to filter it down some more. You see how size 11.5, it never sold before? We don't want items that never sold before. So we're going to delete those as well. So here we got a list of good sizes that are actually promising. We're going to go to StockX. We're going to find that exact sneaker. Make sure Rakuten is on. And then we're going to place bids on the good sizes. So size 4.5, last sold for $321 about 2 weeks ago. We're going to find that exact size on StockX, and then we're going to place a bid. Now the question is, what should we bid at? Well, if you have the Chrome extension installed, there will be an additional data set called the buy price. This is the recommended price we should buy this sneaker at. So if we look at 4.5, it's saying to buy it for $142. So we're going to go with that. Right now, the subtotal is $212, which is way over the recommended buy price. We're looking to buy at $140. So we're going to tone it down to $115, which would bring the subtotal to about right under the recommended buy price. We can also see that the highest bid is $111. So we can use our best judgment and just make the price $112, ensuring that we're the highest bid without overpaying for the shoe. Always use your best judgment. I'm going to quickly go through the rest of the sizes. Size 10W. I'm going to do this very quickly so you can just watch and follow along. Place bid, saying to buy for 126. So I'm going to just say 100. Now the subtotal is 112, which is good. Then size 10.5. Now size 10.5 is saying to buy for 150. We're going to bid 120. This is right under 150, which I'm fine with. Now size 11W is saying to buy for $189. We can see that the lowest listed dropped a little bit, so I'm going to update this to $276, which is the lowest listed price. So now we have an updated real-time buy value of $168. I'm going to place a bid and just get it right under $168. So 140 is equal to 161, which I'm good with. And then finally, size 12.5, it's saying to buy for $170. We're going to come over to StockX and then we're going to place a bid where it is right under $170. Here is a special scenario. You see how there is no highest bid listed? Nobody has a bid on this shoe. So we don't want to overpay for this shoe. So we're going to put in a good bid. What I'm going to do is check the last sales. We can see the lowest it sold for is 176. That gives us an idea of what we should bid at, which is 176. If we bid 176, the subtotal comes out to 199, which is over the recommended buy price. So we're going to tone it down to 145, which is about right under the buy price. I'm happy with that. There's the bid. Now you're going to go down this list left to right and do it for every shoe that you see here. This is winning product research. Just like how in dropshipping you would spend hours researching what products are winning and what you should do your website on. This is the same thing, except the data is right here in front of us. We don't have to do any guesswork. These are the winning products. We just move on to the next one. Filter down the list to our criterias, which we can see here that none of these shoes are going for over 200. So we could just move on. Same thing here, just filter down the list. Just check all the sizes, take out the sizes that are bad, and then place bids on the sizes that are good. Hope that makes sense. And just keep going down the list and checking every single shoe and finding a deal. Now that is the product research method that I've came up with. The second method that we're going to talk about is the strategic bidding method. For this method, you're going to need to open the speed of sale last 30-day spreadsheet. The spreadsheet will be provided to you, and I also go over how you can get this spreadsheet yourself in the account manager video. If you don't know what that video is, don't worry about it. Just ask for the spreadsheet and you will get it. I will give it to you. Now, the best part of the spreadsheet is that the product research is done for you. You don't have to go through the Stadium Goods website and go shoe by shoe finding deals. The deals are right here on this spreadsheet done for you. Now, I've edited this spreadsheet a little bit so it looks a little different. I'm going to show you what I do with the spreadsheet. This is totally up to you. You could do it this way. You could do it a different way. It doesn't really matter. Basically, what I do is I go import this spreadsheet into numbers, and then I go into organize, and then I set a filter. I add a filter by price, and I make it greater than or equal to $200. Again, I only care about shoes that are selling for over $200. So I set this filter to filter out anything that is selling for less. Secondly, there is no recommended buy price on this list. So what I'm going to do is to add a new column, the F column, and then here I'm going to press the equal sign, type in E for the E column times 0.84, which is the commission that I get, times 0 divided by 1.5, which is the margin. Put that all in parentheses and then minus 3, which is some additional fees that I have to account for. Press OK, then click and drag the formula down on the entire list. And just like that, we have the recommended buy price, just like how our Chrome extension does for us. And then I'm just going to title it buy price, like that. And then one last thing I like to do is just highlight this column in orange or yellow. So all I'm going to do is click Format, Cell, Color Fill, Yellow. I have to select the entire column. So select the entire column, Format, Cell, Fill, Color Fill, Yellow. There we go. Again, this is optional. Definitely innovate. I highly encourage you to innovate. This isn't the only way it should be done. If you can figure out a better way to do it, definitely do it that way. and share with the community. What I'm gonna do now is put the two list and website side by side, and we're just gonna go down the list. I'm gonna sort by SKU, sort by ascending, so we can get all the same models together. So we don't have to come back to a model after checking out a different model because they weren't sorted together. So you can see now all the same models are together, and I'm just gonna scroll somewhere random to a model that I like. New Balances here. So we're just gonna start with the New Balances. What we're gonna do is pretty much the same. So we're gonna take this SKU, we're gonna paste it in here, and we're gonna clear our filters so it actually shows up. So now we have this New Balance, and there's 4 entries here for size 8.5, 5.5, 7, and 6. Notice how there's no guesswork. We can see the exact sizes that are doing good. Now the first thing you should do is make sure that the lowest listed price hasn't dramatically dropped. So if we check the list, it said it's sold for $298, and the lowest listed is $298, so we're good. Now we're gonna pull it up on StockX and start placing bids. So we're gonna go to size 8.5, and I already have a bid set, but what you would do is look at the recommended bid price here or here and set a good bid that will get accepted as well as have great profit margins. So we see here size 8.5, it's saying that we should get it for $175, and on StockX it's going for $138. We could hit buy now and buy it for $161, which is under the recommended buy prices, right? But why should we do that? Never ever press the buy now price unless the price is that good, right? $160 is still quite a bit of money, and we never want to be desperate. We don't need this deal. So the rule of thumb is to never actually press the buy now price and just place a bid instead. Why should we buy this right now for $160 when we can possibly get it for a better price? So we're gonna place a good bid. We're looking at size 8.5. We're gonna check the last sale market data, and we can see that the lowest it sold for was $138, right? The highest bid is $116, so we're gonna place a bid for $117. We're gonna one up that, and you see how this is a good bid. We could place a better bid, but we don't want to pay more money. Why would we want to pay more money? We want to pay as little as possible, but at the same time, the bid is good enough to be accepted. That's what a good bid is. So we always want to be placing good bids. And we can see 117 is a good bid, and that is something that we're okay with. Instead, we're going to be paying $139, which is a lot better than $160. So we're going to bid that instead. Always use your best judgment. You want to make the most amount of money possible, so you want to pay as little as possible. We're going to finish up this model. I'm going to show you how it's done. So next is 5.5. I'm going to go back here, size 5.5, place a bid. Recommended buy price is 146 on the website and 148 on the spreadsheet, which matches up. You want to make sure the lowest listed price didn't dramatically drop. And to me, this looks fine. So we're gonna go back on StockX and we're gonna place a good bid. So a bid of 142 is $165, which is way over the recommended buy price. So what I'm gonna do is lower my bid to under the recommended buy price. And this is still doesn't look good to me. I'm gonna do 115 for 136, which is good to me. We are outbid by someone. Someone bid $141 on this sneaker, and we're bidding 115. Yes, we're outbidded, and this may not get accepted. However, we're already on the bid site. Might as well place a bid, right? We're already here, and our bid is going to be there if a seller wants to take it or not. Just place the bid and move on. Size 7, buy for 166. I'm going to place a bid. For this one, I'm going to say 110 or maybe 105. I'm down to even pay 110 to get this sneaker. Finally, size 6. Someone bidded $153, which is a lot. I don't think we're going to be matching that, so we can just move on, and we're done with that. Now, your job is just to go down the list and exhaust this entire list. Of course, there's more entries because we set a filter to filter out the lowest selling sneakers. However, if you're just starting out and you don't really care about the price, you can just turn the filters off and there will be a lot more entries for you to look at. As you can see, there are 17,000 products in this spreadsheet. So there is a lot of winning products to go through and a lot of money to be made. Personally, I'm pro level 1, so I want to maintain my seller level, so I'm only looking at items that are selling for 200 and plus. If you're just starting out, the seller level probably won't matter to you because it's going to take you some time to get to those levels. So I recommend turning the filters off and just looking through the entire list and just making money wherever you can, right? And that is the two main ways I source sneakers for my reselling business. Now let's go over your goal. Your goal is to do online arbitrage. You want to use data from the spreadsheet or the Stadium Goods website. You want to place good bids on products that will have a good probability to be accepted and is profitable. You want to gauge the profitability using sales data from Stadium Goods. All the bids you should place should only be on best-selling products. The margin is 50% by default, and that is the guideline and what we strive for. Now let's go over some key terms. The buy price is the cost we aim to pay for a product. The buy price is derived from the payout amount. The payout is derived from the sale price. So there is math involved. The payout is typically 80% of the sale price, depending on your seller level. If you're first starting out, you're paying 20% in commission. If you're level 1, you're only paying 15%. And then the buy price we can derive from the payout price, and that is just 2/3 of the payout price, which is also 50% margins. Your job is to source products within the designated margins profitably. This means by placing bids or buying now based on how good the price is. Product research will be done for you every month in the form of a spreadsheet. You should exhaust this list first. When this list is exhausted, you have to do creative product research on the Stadium Supply website. That's what we went over, right? So every month you're going to get this list, go through the entire list, and then when you're done with this list, then you can go on the website and find winning products creatively. And that is a quick crash course on how you should source products in 2025 for your reselling business. This is how I do it. Let us know if you come up with anything new, and best of luck. Looking forward to your success. My name is Terry. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. Today we have the final handoff. At this point, you should have already ordered your first batch of sneakers, whether it's 1 or 10 or 100. In this video, we're going to go over how we can take it through the last mile and get it to Stadium Goods. So without any further ado, let's get into the final handoff. So here are what we're going to cover in this presentation. We're going to go over ticket creation, preparing your sneakers for shipment, packing for safe transit, and choosing the best shipping method for you. And then finally, we have an action plan at the end for you to take so we can complete this checkpoint. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Make sure you watch the entire video, don't skip and don't fast forward. Let's get into it. Also, pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. Ticket creation. So the first thing in ticket creation is entering the product details. Make sure you input the accurate sneaker model and the size for tracking. I recommend you do this as you buy the sneakers so you don't lose track. The next thing is to set the right price. So the rule of thumb is to price at the lowest listed or the average sell price, whichever is higher. But ultimately it's up to you, so adjust based on your strategy. Next is submitting the ticket. So when you're ready to ship, you should submit the ticket. I don't recommend submitting the ticket prematurely because things change, prices change, market conditions change, etc. Now we have preparing your shipment. Before that, I'm going to quickly go over how you can create your own ticket. So we're back in my brand new Stadium accounts now, and I'm going to go over ticket creation, okay? So from the last video, I bought the Wales Bonner sneaker. I bought the brown Croc and the size 8. So the general rule of thumb, like we discussed, is to look at the lowest listed or the average sale price and just pick the greater number. So in this case, the decision is simple. We're going to set it at 519 and just add it. And again, I recommend doing this every time you buy a new sneaker, just so you can keep track of everything. This is just a guideline, keep that in mind. So let's say I bought this one. I click on any of them and I see here I would go with either 118 or 119. It's pretty much the same. You get the idea. And this is the ticket we're talking about. You're going to see your sneakers show up here. And that's it. Let's get right back into the video. So preparing your sneakers for shipment. The first thing on the list is to unbox your sneakers. So you want to remove every shoe box from the shipping box that they arrive in. And with the shipping boxes, you can just throw them out or you can bring them to a local recycle shop for cash back. Next is to reuse the bubble wrap. Usually, there are bubble wrap inside of the shipping boxes when your shoes arrive, and you can reuse them in the future when you pack your own shipments. And the next one is condition check. So you can skip this if you purchased from platforms like StockX, Goat, or Sneaker Dunk because of their policy. Those platforms already authenticate and inspected the sneakers, so you don't have to do the work twice. Save yourself some time. Finally, the last item on the list is to never remove the tags. Don't remove any tags like StockX, Goat, or Sneaker Dunk yourself. This is just extra work for you that you don't want to do. Leave this up to the Stadium Goods for authenticity checks. Also, if you remove the tags prematurely, you won't be able to return the sneakers to the original marketplace. So never remove the tags, don't touch it. That's it. Next is packing for safe transit. The first thing on the list is to choose the right box. Use a sturdy, new box or a reused box with old labels removed. The ideal size is an extra large moving box, 24 inches in length, 20 inches in width, and 21 inches in depth. So this box is on Home Depot. Home Depot has this exact same box for $3, and that is the one I personally use. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So this is the one we're referring to. This is the heavy duty one for $7, and they have a regular one for $3, which is this one. Okay. Next on the list is to secure the sneakers. You want to place the sneakers carefully in the box and use the bubble wrap that we mentioned earlier to protect them from movement and damages. Stadium Supply recommends to ship no more than 10 items per box to ensure that everything fits comfortably and remains secure. And finally, seal with precision. Use plastic or nylon tape 2 inches wide and apply the H method to secure the box. Tape down the middle and both sides. Oh, and one more thing, label properly. So you want to attach the ticket number and the DC number on the top and the bottom of the box for proper identification. So we're going to go over what this exactly means. Whether you're shipping, dropping off, or doing pickup, you still have to do this step to pack for safe transit. This step is mandatory. Here we have the blog from Stadium Supply themselves. As you can see, they have the extra large box here. And just quickly, let's go over what they mean. So they want you to seal the box with the H method. As you can see in the diagram below, the tape here forms an H. So they don't want you to seal it like this, and they don't want you to just seal it like this. They want you to seal all the flaps. And then additionally, they want you to write your DC number and your ticket number on the top and the bottom of the box. I'm going to go over what these numbers are. So your ticket number you will get when you submit your ticket. So you see, as I submit my ticket, I got a ticket number. They want you to write this on the box. Usually I do this with just a Sharpie. If you want to be careful, you can also print out this barcode and slip it inside of the box. And finally, your DC number is your account number. So if you go to your basic information, you can see your DC number here. So you want to write both this DC number and the ticket number. Next on the list is choosing the best shipping method. So if you live in New York City, you can drop off your shoes at the Stadium Goods intake store. This is the easiest option if you live in New York City because it saves time on shipping and it ensures immediate processing. Next on the list is to ship via UPS. So if you're not in New York City, your best option is to ship your sneakers via UPS. Be sure to use the Stadium Goods shipping portal to get the prepaid labels and ensure your first consignment is covered by Stadium Goods inbound shipping coverage. So I'm going to quickly go over what this means. If we go to show tickets and you see this is the ticket that we created and I would want to ship this, I will hit ship items. Select all the items that you want to ship and then specify the amount of parcels and how many pairs are in each box. And then I always recommend you buy insurance. Click confirm, click proceed, and then they'll want you to add a credit card. So here, when you're done, you just click pay and create label, and then they will present you a UPS label that you can easily attach to your boxes and ship. Pretty simple. Next, if you're seller level 3 and beyond, and you are either in New York City, Los Angeles, or Chicago, I want you to highly consider using their pickup service. Stadium Goods offer pickup services for anyone that meets these criteria. I will cover this in future modules as is for more scaling up when you're handling higher volumes, and as a beginner, this is not unlocked to us yet. Now let's summarize. We learned how to create tickets on Stadium Goods. This is an easy win. And we learned how to prepare sneakers for shipment. Next, we learned how to pack our sneakers securely as Stadium Goods has guided us to ensure safe arrival. And finally, we learned how to choose the best shipping method. Now let's move on to the action plan. The first thing I want you to do is to order extra large boxes from Home Depot or anywhere else that can fit at most 10 sneakers. Next on the list is to create your consignment tickets. So go to the Stadium Goods seller portal and create a ticket for each sneaker you are preparing to send. So I recommend doing this as you buy your sneakers. Okay, and don't submit this ticket until you're ready to send everything. Next is to prepare your sneakers. You want to ensure your sneakers are in the proper conditions and tags are left untouched. Afterwards, I want you to pack your sneakers properly. Make sure you pack your sneakers as instructed to ensure safe arrival and nothing happens during transit. Finally, I want you to choose the best shipping method for yourself. Select the optimal shipping method for timely delivery to Stadium Goods. And with that, let's get to work. After you're done with this checkpoint, I would love for you to update the community with what you've done what you've accomplished, and how you're feeling. We would love to stay updated with your progress. Leave a comment on the video, drop a like, press the subscribe button. In the next video, I'm going to go over how we can prepare for our first sale from listing to payday. I hope you're excited because I am. As always, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. Today I have for you the golden check. At this point, you should have already handed off all your sneakers to Stadium Goods, and it should already be in the system or in the process of being in the system. So, where do we go from here? In this video, I'm going to cover everything you need to know after handing off your items, from adjusting listing prices to your first sale. So let's get right into the video. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about your first sale. We're going to monitor our pricing. We're going to talk about product returns and avoiding aged inventory fees. And then finally, I have some action items for you at the end to move the needle forward. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch this video in 2x speed. Save yourself some time. All right, let's get going. Your first sale. Celebrate your first win. The first sale is a huge milestone. Acknowledge it and reflect on what went well. When you're consigning with Stadium Goods, getting your first sale is inevitable. They do a great job of marketing and making sure every item you put in their system sells. So, with that said, this part is inevitable. So, I just want you to sit back, take a deep breath, and just take it all in and celebrate your first win, because this is huge. This is the first for many. Secondly, understand the payout process. So sales are processed daily on weekdays, and payments are made the same day via Hyperwallet. Set your payout frequency to receive payments as early as the same day. So I'm going to cover this later in the action items. If you don't know what Hyperwallet is, it's a program owned by PayPal that processes payments for businesses to businesses. So, Stadium Goods streamlined their payout system by using Hyperwallet to make sure that we get our money. Simple as that. Next, we have monitoring pricing. Regularly check prices on Stadium Goods and match lowest listed to ensure your listings stay competitive. If your item isn't selling, consider lowering the price slightly to attract buyers. But don't undercut too early. Hold the price if you believe the market demand will push it higher. So undercutting in Stadium Goods is a big no-no. Don't do that. Nobody likes undercutters. But if you notice your shoes aren't selling for a long time, consider lowering the price. That is when it's okay to undercut. Now, let's move on to product returns. So, in Stadium Goods, they partner up with a lot of different platforms that accept returns. Eventually, there will be a customer that bought one of your pairs that will want to return it. So in this section, I'm going to explain how the product returns system works. So only brand new, non-damaged items will be returned. Damaged merchandise won't be returned to you. Items returned within 30 days of the sale are transferred back into your account, and the funds will be deducted from your next payout. This is a key bullet point to understand. Consumers only have 30 days to return something. After 30 days, the funds are yours. And in the case of a chargeback, you're not affected. Stadium Goods will handle that. Returned items will be relisted at the last listed price or higher, based on the average sold price. Monitor returned items under the Return tab in the Stadium Supply portal, and you can see serial numbers, return dates, and the amount deducted. Finally, returned items will show as a negative balance until the amount is deducted from your next payout or cleared with new sales. Moving on, we have avoiding aged inventory fees. Items stored for 180 days or less are free of charge, but after that, you will be charged a fee. After 180 days, an aged inventory fee of $1 per month per item will be charged. Pro level sellers from 3 to 1 only pay 50 cents per item. Charges are applied on the first of every month, and you'll see the fees listed under aged inventory fee in your payout page. You'll receive an email and notification 3 days before you're charged so you can take action. Items marked as in review, in transit, or part of the featured trophy case won't incur the fee. However, items in promotion will still be charged. And now let's summarize. Payouts are processed as early as the same day. Returns happen. They will be relisted and deducted from your balance. Number 3, we learned about pricing strategies to optimize sales and avoid aged inventory fees. We learned how to match the lowest price and undercut when necessary. Finally, let's get to the action items. The first action item I have for you is to set up your hyperwallet. At this point, you should already have your first sale. And when you make your first sale, Stadium Goods will prompt you to set up hyperwallet. And I'm going to do that with you step by step. The next action item I have for you is to post in the community. Let's celebrate your first win. We would love to hear about it. And what's better than celebrating with the community? Next, I want you to go back to module 1.4, Sneaker Gold Mine, and repeat the entire process. These foundations that you have learned from 1.1 to 1.7 is all you need to scale to 3 to 5K a month. Afterwards, we're going to need to set up a business to scale to pro seller level 1 and make 40K a month and beyond. These action items are in chronological order. So like I promised, we're going to go set up the hyperwallet together. Let's get to work. In the sales page, you're going to see a button called Cash Out from Hyperwallet once you've made your first sale. Before you've made your first sale, this button will not be there, so there's no point in looking for it. All right, now let's click into it, and it's going to take you to the Hyperwallet page. This page is ran by PayPal. So we're going to sign in. Hyperwallet's going to have you make an account and all that, so don't worry about it. For me, I'm going to sign in. Now you're going to be on the transfer funds page. You're going to need to add a new transfer method. So click on this button right here. And then you can use PayPal, Venmo, or bank account. It's funny because these are all owned by PayPal except for the bank account. Feel free to use whatever you like. Personally, I use the bank account. So I'm going to click bank account, click continue. And then when you scroll down, they're going to ask you for your routing number, your account number, and the account type, as well as your address. So fill that all out as fit and then hit submit. When that's done, your account is going to show up in the transfer page. The next steps now is to set up our payout. What you want to do is click on action, click on update auto transfer. And then personally, I recommend you to turn on auto transfer enabled. Set the transfer period to every day or monthly if you want. and then select your transfer method as the account that you just added and set the percentage to 100% and then click confirm. You're done setting up your hyperwallet. Congratulations. Now, once you're done with that, I want you to follow along with the rest of the action items and have a great time. Whenever you're ready, I want you to book your onboarding call and I'll see you inside. Like always, it's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Terry. Remember to leave a comment, like the video, and press the subscribe button. Thank you so much, as always. Stay safe and goodbye. Peace.
How you doing? My consigned entrepreneurs. Today I got the golden price module for you, and here's what we're going to cover in the golden price. We're going to talk about how the sales system works to the T. We're going to go over understanding pricing and sales matching. We're going to talk about using seller tools for optimization and when and how to undercut properly. All right. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. So watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Pro tip is to watch this video in 2x speed. Let's jump right into it. So how does the system work? Well, the sales system in Stadium Goods operate on a first come first served basis. The lowest listed price sells first, with the older listings taking priority. If multiple pairs have the same price, the oldest listing sells first. New pairs entering the system must compete with existing pricing, and price adjustments impact your position in the queue. So let's go over how this system works. I'm going to pull up a flow chart so we can understand this better. Here's the flow chart, the sales first come first served system. All right, so let me just delete some random stuff on the side. So here is the sales first come first served system. When a new pair enters the system and someone purchases, it goes through this flow chart to determine which pair is the one that gets fulfilled, right? So when someone purchases, it goes through every pair and sees if it's the lowest price. If it's not the lowest price, then it won't sell that one. It'll go to the next one. And if it is the lowest price, it'll then ask if it's the oldest age. If it is the oldest age, then it will sell. If it's not the oldest age, then it won't sell. So it's pretty simple. It's like a queue system. Think of it like a line. You're standing in line. If you're the lowest listed, you'll go all the way to the front of the line, but you have to be the oldest pair. So the oldest pair at the lowest listed is at the front of the line. I hope that makes sense. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that's basically how that works. Cool. Now we understand how the system works. We can move on to the next slide. Understanding pricing and sales matching. Pricing outside of the pre-approved range is okay. They have an internal team that reveals it. Always match the lowest listed price for the best chances of selling. And if no lowest listed price exists, use the last sold or average sale data. Never undercut. It resets your position and lowers the market value. It hurts everybody. Smart pricing ensures higher margins and faster sales. Now let me quickly go over what I mean by this. So if we take it over to my Stadium Goods and we go into sell list items, and I just click on any shoe and I go outside of the pre-approved range, it's in all red and it's like a big warning, but it's completely normal. It's completely fine. You can still add product. You can still submit the ticket like so, and that's perfectly fine. They will have a team that will approve it or adjust your pricing based on the market. All right. So it's impending. So don't get alarmed. It's completely fine. Going back to the slides. Now let's talk about using your seller tools for optimization. So in Stadium Goods, they have a price drop tool to help strategically lower prices without overcutting. When you make small strategic price changes, it increases your visibility without hurting your profits. Make sure you monitor inventory daily and adjust pricing over time for better turnover. Now I'm going to show you how to do this on website and the app. So, price drop tools. If we take it to Stadium Supply, on the top where you go seller tools and then click price drops. Here you can drop your prices all at once in bulk. So what I personally like to do is I click 5% or under and then I match everything here. So it says minus $87 to match 38 items, and that's really worth it for me. So essentially what this means is that 38 of my items were undercutted by somebody, and I can match them all at once with a click of a button, and I'll only lose out on $87 unrealized gains. So that's super worth it for me. If I can sell my shoes faster for a couple of dollar differences, I would take the former over the latter. That's how you can adjust your prices in bulk. And then see, now it's just slowly adjusting all my prices. You can go up to 10%, 20%, 40%, but I just stick to 5% because I am confident that when I price match 5% or under, I won't be losing money. I hope that makes sense. Now, let me show you how to do this on the app. So here we are inside of my Stadium Goods account on the phone. And what I like to do is go down into inventory, filter, and then market pricing. I set it to not lowest price. So I'm filtering to only the shoes that aren't listed at the lowest price. And then I will just go through it and manually adjust the pricing after I do the bulk adjustments on the website. So this is what I would do on the phone. I would just go through, see something like this, check that, keep going. So I would go through this list, check the pricings that I want, and then click match lowest. And then I click confirm prices. And just like that, that's how you would adjust your pricing on the website and on the app. Awesome. Now, let's go over when and how to undercut properly. Only undercut when it's necessary. High inventory or slow moving pairs only. Manual undercutting should be small and calculated. Use the promotions seller tool to discount strategically. Smart undercutting can clear inventory without damaging long-term profits. So let me go over what the promotion tool is. If we take it to the website, you can go into sellers, seller tools, and then promotion all the way on the bottom. And then you can click create a promotion, set a promotion amount, like 20% for example, and then specify the time range. And then what I like to do is select by inventory age, and anything that's over 90 days in my inventory, I would do a promotion on. 90 days is a long time. That's 3 months. That's 1 quarter. So these are the items that I would like to get rid of as soon as possible. See, these are all the items that are over 90 days. And then you would continue, click confirm, and create the promotion here. I'm not going to do that because I don't think it's right for me right now. But let's talk about when it's okay to undercut. So if we go into my inventory, all items, and then let's sort by ascending age. So these are my oldest inventories, right? If we look at this item right here, this item I have listed for $71. It's been here for 452 days. This is when it would be okay to undercut. You know what I mean? Recommended 64. I would probably change this to 64 just so I can get it out of here. Yes, I'm losing money. The payout is $38 or something like that. And I'm probably losing money on the shoe, but at this point, I don't even care anymore. It just gotta go. It's been here for 400 and whatever days. So that's when it's okay to undercut. And I hope that gives you an idea of that. Now let's summarize everything we went over. Sales follow a first come first serve system where the lowest listed price with the oldest listing sells first. So positioning your price correctly is key. Next, match the lowest listed price whenever possible and use last sold or average sale data if no listing exists. Never undercut unnecessarily. And utilize seller tools like price drops and promotions to optimize pricing, increase your visibility, and stay competitive without hurting your margins. Now, finally, undercutting should be strategic, only used when necessary to clear inventory or respond to market shifts. Reckless undercutting lowers profits for everybody. With that said, let's get to work. I'll see you in the next video. Let's build.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Module 2 of the Consignment Masterclass. I'm so happy you're here and congratulations, you made it. At this point, you should be consistently doing $3,000 to $5,000 a month, and you're making well over $10,000 a quarter, and tax starts coming into the question. In this video, I'm going to go over the pros of why you should make an LLC at this point so you can save on taxes as well as start doing write-offs and etc. This is going to be a theory video, so there's going to be no action items. I just want you to understand why you should start an LLC at this point. And if you're not at the $10,000 and more per quarter mark, this will definitely launch you towards that goal. So sit back and relax, and let's get right into it. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to go over legal protection of an LLC. We're going to go over the tax benefits of an LLC. We're going to talk about business funding. We're going to talk about the growth flexibility of an LLC. And we're going to talk about deductible startup costs of the LLC. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip it, and don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch this video in 2x speed. All right, let's get into the first topic, legal protection. With an LLC, you're going to enjoy personal asset protection. What this means is that your personal assets, like your house and your car, are separate from any business liabilities. If anything happens on the business side, you are protected on your personal side. Next is protection from lawsuits. The LLC structure helps protect you from being personally liable for business-related debts or legal actions. Whatever happens on the business side, people cannot come after you on the personal side. Additionally, you are shielded against business risk. If your business faces financial difficulties or lawsuits, only the LLC assets are at risk, not your personal savings. So you can't just wake up one day and your bank account is zero. There's no way. Next, we have limited liability for members. Members/owners of the LLC are not personally responsible for the company's debts or obligations. And finally, credibility in legal matters. Having an LLC shows that your business operates with a formal legal structure, which can help in disputes or contracts. Credibility is everything. And having an LLC means that you did your homework by setting up a business in the United States of America, and it just brings you to the next level. The next topic we're going to talk about is everybody's favorite, tax benefits. With an LLC, you enjoy pass-through taxations. So LLCs allow profits and losses to pass directly to owners' personal tax returns. So you avoid having to pay double corporate taxation. LLCs enjoy business expense deductions. You can deduct ordinary business expenses like office supplies, equipment, and travel. So the Home Depot boxes that you buy, the tape that you buy, the shipping labels, the insurance, you could write that all off. If you're using your home to conduct business, like when you're storing your sneakers in a section of your home, you can also write that off. There's a lot of things that you can write off, and definitely do your research. If you can think it, you could probably write it off. Self-employment tax savings. LLCs can opt to be taxed as an S corp, potentially reducing self-employment taxes on distributions. Retirement plan contributions. LLC owners can contribute to retirement plans like solo 401ks or SEP IRAs than individuals with unincorporated businesses. Now let's move on to business funding. With an LLC, you can gain access to business loans. You qualify for lines of credit and you get more funding for growth and expansion. With an LLC, you can attract investors. With an LLC structure, you can bring in investors and raise capital by issuing equity or partnership shares. Next on the list are grants and government fundings. With an LLC, you can apply for government grants and small business funding programs. Additionally, you can build business credit. Having an LLC establishes a separate business credit line, separate from your personal credit line. And if you don't know what credit line is, I'm referring to your credit score. When you have an LLC, you get a brand new credit score that's attached to the LLC. So with this separate business credit profile, you can use it to secure better financing terms. Finally, you get to enjoy stronger financial positions. LLCs present a more professional and structured financial entity, increasing credibility with lenders and investors. Again, this goes back to credibility. Credibility and trust and authority is everything. So with an LLC, you seem more professional and people are willing to trust you. Moving on, we have growth flexibility. With an LLC, you get to enjoy easier business expansion. LLCs provide a formal structure that simplifies opening additional locations or expanding to new markets. If you like, you can also add partners or shareholders. If you want to bring in partnerships or people to help your business grow, like a family member or a significant other, you can easily do that with an LLC. Scalability. This is my favorite part. With an LLC, you can hire employees, outsource work, and scale operations without major structural change. We're going to get into that in the future in Module 3, where we talk about aggressively scaling and bringing in contractors and employees to help scale our operations. Also, we get to enjoy ownership flexibility. The way an LLC is structured there are levels to it. So you can have a level for members, a level for investors, and you have levels for ownership. Finally, we have mergers and acquisitions. LLCs are more easily positioned for mergers or acquisitions, providing opportunities for accelerated growth. What this means is that eventually, when your business gets to a certain level, you might want to sell your business for exit liquidity. You won't be able to do this if you don't have an LLC formed. You can only do this if you have a formal business created in the United States of America. So, when we get to that point, you can easily sell off your business because you have done your homework and you have the foundations set. Next, we're going to talk about deductible startup costs. Formation fees. LLC formation costs, including state filing fees and legal expenses, can be deducted as business expense. Yes, there are fees that you have to pay to create an LLC. It's only a couple of $100s. It's not that much. And even so, you can write that off. Isn't that crazy? Like I said, if you can think it, you can probably write it off. Next on the list is operating expenses. Initial operating costs like shipping supplies, insurance, etc., are all deductible from your taxable income. Legal and professional fees. Fees for legal advice, consulting, or accountant services are deductible as business expenses. At the end of the year, when tax season comes around and you have to file taxes, it's a headache. You can hire an accountant to do that all for you and write it off at the same time. Isn't that amazing? And then we have build business credit. This goes back to having a business credit line and gaining more trust and leveraging that to earn more financing power. And finally, we have business travel and meals. Travel expenses and meals directly relate to business activities can be deducted, helping reduce taxable income. Last year, I flew to Japan and back, and I wrote off the entire trip as a business expense, which it technically was because I went there to source Onitsuka tigers as well as enjoy myself. It's a win-win. Okay, now let's summarize. In this video, we learned how having an LLC can unlock many doors for your business. We also learned how you can enjoy the flexibility to scale your business and manage expenses more efficiently. So we talked about business credit, we talked about hiring accountants and contractors and writing that all off. And this sets the stage for long-term growth. If you want to take your business to the moon, you need to have the foundations laid out first. So this is the first step in doing that. There is everything to gain by creating an LLC in the United States and almost nothing to lose. The only thing that I can think of that you'll lose on is a couple $100, which is the startup fees, which is totally not worth it, in my opinion. Are you crazy? It's so worth it. All right, let's get to work. In the next video, I'm going to walk you through step by step on how to create an LLC and avoid common scams and mistakes while making one. So, I'll see you in the next video. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for tuning in, and peace out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. This is Module 2.2 LLC Setup 101. So, in this video, I'm going to break down the LLC setup into 3 simple steps. I'm going to go over all those steps on a very high level. Afterwards, I'm going to walk you through step by step on how to accomplish those 3 things. By the end of the video, you will know exactly how to set up an LLC, and I'll have some action items for you so you can do it yourself and follow along with the video. All right, without any further ado, let's get right into the video. Here's what we're going to cover. The first thing we're going to do is to choose your LLC name. The second thing that we're going to do is to file the articles of organization. Next, we're going to obtain an EIN, or an employer identification number. And then we're going to talk about some common scams to avoid when you're filing for an LLC. I'm going to do it in front of you, and then at the end, I'm going to have some action items to make it your turn. All right, I hope you're excited because I am. Let's get right into it. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video in 2 times speed. Let's get started. Choosing your LLC name. The first rule that you have to remember is to include LLC in the name. Your business name must contain the words limited liability company or LLC or L.L.C. This is required by law. The second rule when choosing your name is that your name has to be unique. You can't have the same name as someone else. Now, the third rule is that you cannot have restricted words in your name, like bank, attorney, university, police officer, FBI, CIA, anything like that. And then finally, we have to conduct a name search. So this is basically verifying availability before we file. I'm going to go over how to do that. It's very simple. Don't worry about it. All right, the next step, filing the articles of organization. It might sound a little intimidating, but trust me, it's so simple. You just do one thing and you're done. Okay, you got to prepare your required information. This means your LLC name that we picked from earlier, your business address and mailing address, the name and address of the registered agent, and then we file with the state. You submit the articles of organization to your state's Secretary of State office. This can be done online, by mail, or in person. Online is definitely the easiest. And then you pay the filing fee. Fees vary by state, but typically range from $50 to $500. In New York State, this fee is currently $200. All right, there's a lot of fancy words here. I'll just break it down for you very simply. Your business address and mailing address can just be your home, where you live, your parents' address. It doesn't have to be an official business address. And then the name and the address of the registered agent is usually going to be you. The registered agent is just a fancy word for the owner of the LLC, as far as I know. So in my case, I would be the registered agent of my LLC, and then the name would be my name, and the address would be my business address, aka my mailing address, aka where I live. All right? Afterwards, once you're approved, you will receive a stamped certificate of formation or a certificate of organization. This is your confirmation that you made it. So make sure you keep copies of this document for banking, tax filing, and business license purposes. Pretty simple. And I'm going to walk you through it step by step, so you have nothing to worry about. Next, we need to obtain an EIN. First, let's understand why we need an EIN. An EIN is required for tax purposes, hiring employees, and opening business bank accounts. This is essentially your business's social security number. This is very important. It's a step that cannot be skipped. That's why I included it in this slide. You apply for your EIN with the IRS. You can apply online, by phone, or by mail. The online application, as always, is always the fastest, and you'll get your EIN immediately upon approval. So we have to gather our required informations. We need the LLC name, the address, and the type of business. And then we need your name and your social security number. And then you just complete the application. The process is simple, free, and takes 10 minutes max. Once you get your EIN, keep a copy of it for your records. Now, let's avoid common scams. There is a lot of shady people out there, and I'd hate for one of you to fall for these scams. The scam that I almost fell for is the fake LLC filing services. When I was first starting out, I was so lazy and I had no idea what to do that I was going to pay someone to file the LLC for me. The fee is only $200. These companies will charge you upwards of thousands of dollars to do the filing for you, which is absurd. You can do this in one day. It'll only cost you $200 or $500 max, depending on your state. So definitely do it yourself. Don't pay for anyone to do it for you. Secondly, the newspaper publication scam. In some states, like New York, it's required to publish a notice of your LLC formation in a local newspaper. However, certain companies will contact you claiming you must pay a large sum to fulfill this requirement. I'm going to give you a pro tip right now. The newspaper publication requirement is outdated. Most states don't even care about this anymore, even though it's still written into law and it's required, quote unquote, it's completely outdated. What I'm trying to tell you is that maybe you can get away with not doing it if you get what I'm saying. So I'm going to just leave it at that. The third scam is the business license and permit solicitations. Watch out for spam mail claiming you need to buy a license or a permit from them. These are just marketing ploys trying to get you to overpay for something you may already have or don't need. In our cases, we don't need any licenses or permits. If you get this in the mail, just rip it up and throw it in the trash. Finally, is the EIN application scams. Some companies may charge you a fee to obtain your EIN when it's completely free to do through the IRS, and it takes 10 minutes. That is absurd. Oh, hang on now. Let me fix the slide. The last scam on the list is the domain and trademark scam. After registering for your LLC, you might receive offers to purchase domain names or trademarks for your business. While this might be important, it's not mandatory, and offers are usually misleading or overpriced. Let me tell you a story. When I first filed for my LLC and it was approved and I got all the paperwork done, I started getting a lot of spam mail to my address, to my business address, that seemed official, all right? These scammers will forge their letters to look like it's from an authority like the state or someone in power. And then they're usually going to ask you for payment for something that you don't need, or you owe someone extra money for something. It's completely BS. Just rip it up, throw it in the trash. Don't pay it no mind, but make sure that it's actually not official. At first glance, it might look official, but it would be very easy to tell that it's not official. Don't just rip up everything in your path. You might actually get an official letter. Now let's summarize. Submit the required files. Number one is to submit the required file articles of organization form to officially create your LLC with the state. Number two is to apply directly with the IRS for your EIN to handle taxes and hire employees. Third is to be cautious of fake filing services, newspaper publication scams, unnecessary permits, overpriced EIN services, and domain/trademark scams. The only fee you need to pay is the file your articles of organization. That is it. After that, you don't need to pay any more fees. You don't owe anybody any more money. So if someone tell you otherwise, tell them to kick rocks. You could tell that I'm very excited about this thing. All right. I'm very passionate about finance, business, and making money overall. So I would love to show you how to do this. I would love to see your success. So let's move on to our action items. The first action item I want you to do is to file your articles of organization. Obviously, you need to choose a name too. Okay, let's say 0 is to choose your name. Number 2 is to obtain an EIN. And then number 3 is to post in the community to celebrate. Guys and girls, I love to see your success, okay? If you win, I win. This is a win-win situation. I would love to hear your success stories. I say this over and over again. By being in this course, I owe it to you for you to succeed. So please post in the community. It would make my day to see how you're doing. All right. So without further ado, let's get to work. I'm going to show you how to file the articles of organizations first. And this is specifically for New York State. If you're in any other state, you're going to have to go to the website of your state to file. And it's going to look similar, all right? So don't be worried. If you're not in New York State, it's okay. You can still follow along. For those in New York, it's your lucky day. I'm going to walk you through exactly how to do it step by step. Let's go. The first thing we're going to do is to file the articles of organizations. So we're going to click to the Department of State, New York Gov site. And then we're going to skip all this, scroll down to additional information. And here there is a link that says online filing. That's where we're going to go. And then inside of here, we're going to click Domestic Limited Liability Company. And then here we're going to click Apply Online as an owner. Yes, I know there's a lot of buttons to click, okay? And then we're going to click Register. I need a New York Gov ID. Click Proceed. And then I want you to make an account here, okay? After that, come back and we're going to continue. Okay, after you register and you're logged in, come back here and click Apply Online as an owner again. And then it's going to take you to the proper page. All right, here is the articles of organizations that we're going to file. All right, as you can see, there's only 6 steps. And then afterwards, we're ready to submit. So here is where you, that's funny. Here is where you do the name verification, okay? It's built in to the website, which is so convenient because back in the days, you would have to do it separately and then file by mail or file in person. Now you can just do it on the website. It'll tell you instantly if it's available. So I'm gonna go with Get Cash Slow LLC. Shout out to my homeboy. And then it says this name is accepted, and then you type it in again and you click save and continue. Easy. Optional, so we're gonna skip that. Does the name contain any non-English words or phrases? No. Optional, so we're gonna skip. Select the county. I'm in Kings County. Save and continue. Enter the service of process. So here it says provide a name to which the Secretary of State may mail a copy of any process received. So this is basically you. So I'm going to say Terry Zhao. That's me. You can send mail to me. And then I live at 888 John Doe Street at Brooklyn, New York, 11228. Optional skip, optional skip. All right. Save and continue. Optional statements. Eric? Okay, optional, optional, optional. Okay, save and continue. Organizer name. That's me, Terry Zhao. My address, again, is 888 John Doe Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11228. Signature, Terry Zhao. Save and continue. Filer attestation, filer name, Terry Zhao. My address again, I'm gonna just click one of these buttons, perfect. Reuse my old address, click next. And then your email address. All right, here is a summary of our articles of organization. It's looking good. Proceed. We're going to skip this additional services. We don't need any of that. And then we do our one-time payment, $200 to Business Express. Remember, this is the only fee you will ever need to pay. Don't pay anyone anything else. If anyone asks you for anything, tell them to get out of here. All right. Proceed to payment. And then I know you'll take it from here. Okay. I'm going to not do this because I already have an LLC set. Great. Now we know what to do there. Let's go and file for our EIN. So you want to go to the irs.gov website and then click apply for EIN. Scroll down, click the apply for an EIN button. Click OK, click begin. Click limited liability company. You should only do this once you get approved, by the way. Click continue. How many members? Just me. Where the state I'm in New York State. Continue, continue. Why is the LLC requesting an EIN? Started a new business. Continue. Tell us the responsible party of the LLC. Terry Zhao. SSN 888-888-888. I am the owner. Continue. Oh no. Okay, guys, it's not letting me go any further, but I know you'll be able to take it from here. Just fill out your information as it should. You're going to need to authenticate your identity on this page. In the next page, you're going to have to add your business address, aka your home address, and then afterwards you will get your EIN. It's simple as that. It'll take 10 minutes, like I said. So don't even worry about it. I'll see you on the inside. All right, now once you've filed your articles of organization, you've created your LLC, you obtained your EIN, I want you to post in the community to celebrate. Let me know. I would love to hear it, guys and girls. Also, congratulations. This is a big step. So I'm very proud of you. Great job. And now we're going to get to the exciting part, okay? In the future, I'm going to teach you how to file for business line credits so you can get business credit line cards, unlock hella funding for your business, and really scale everything to the moon. All right? My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Hello everyone and welcome to Write-Offs 101. Let's get right into the video. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about what exactly are write-offs. We're going to go over common deductible expenses. We're going to mention keeping proper records. maximizing business expenses, consulting a tax professional, and then at the end, I will have some action items for us to move the needle forward. Now, warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Now, a pro tip is to watch the video in 2 times speed, and let's get right into it. So what exactly are write-offs? Write-offs lower your taxable income. It reduces the income you're taxed on. Write-offs must be directly related to business-only expenses. Write-offs are not free money. It lowers your taxes, but it isn't a full refund. And finally, write-offs are smart and legal. It helps you save money while staying compliant. Now let's go over the common deductible expenses. First of all is inventory cost. Whatever you spend on sneakers or products, you can write it off. Secondly is shipping and logistics. Costs for shipping, pickups, and 3PL services are all eligible for write-offs. Next is home office and utilities. If you use your home for business, you can write off portions of your rent, your internet, and your phone bill for your business. Next is business travel. Flights, hotels, and transport for sneaker events or sourcing trips are all eligible for write-offs. Additionally, we have software and tools. Market research tools, tracking software, and automation services are all eligible. And lastly is marketing and ads. Anything you pay for promotions, website costs, social media ads are all eligible. Now let's talk about keeping proper records. Make sure you're using a business card if you aren't already. It helps you keep your personal and business expenses separate for easy tracking. Save receipts and invoices. Keep digital or physical copies of all purchases in case of audits. Track your mileage and travel. You can use an app or logbook for business-related travel deductions. Maintain a P&L statement. Regularly update your income and expenses for tax filing. And use accounting software. You can use something like QuickBooks, Xero, or similar tools to help you automate and categorize write-offs properly, as well as keeping all your receipts in one place. Now let's go over some unique ideas to maximize our business expenses. First is to utilize pre-tax contributions. If you remember earlier, I said the difference between a business owner and a 9-to-5 worker is that a business owner can contribute directly to retirement accounts like a 401k or a SAP IRA directly through your business. So you can lower your upfront taxable income while securing your future. Next is the Section 179 deductions. You can deduct the full cost of qualifying equipment and property purchases like computers, vehicles, or machinery in the year they're bought rather than depreciating them over time. For example, I have a friend that bought a BMW X7 for his business and he wrote off most of that vehicle through Section 179. In my case, I recently bought an iPad, so I can use Section 179 to write off the iPad and additional equipment like the Apple Pencil, a microphone, as well as a camera that I will be buying soon, etc. Next is business meals and entertainment. You can deduct 50% of qualified business meals and entertainment expenses. Make sure the meal is directly related to business and keep proper documentations like receipts, notes about the purpose of the meeting, etc. Additionally, we have vehicle deductions. If you use your personal vehicle for business expenses, you can deduct the mileage or actual vehicle expenses like gas, maintenance, insurance, based on the percentage of time it's used for business. And finally, we have professional development and education. If you attend courses, workshops, or seminars to improve your business skills, those costs can be deductible as business expenses. This include books, software, or any related materials. Yes, that's including this masterclass. Finally, we have consulting a tax professional. The reason why we want to consult a tax professional instead of doing this ourselves is because we can get expert guidance. We can stay compliant and maximize deductions with up-to-date tax advice. Secondly, we have strategic planning. You can get year-round tax planning to reduce your tax bill. Third, we have avoid mistakes. We can minimize risk of costly errors and audits. Optimize structure. We can choose the best business structure to save on taxes. And finally, we have maximize savings. A tax professional can help us identify credits and deductions that we might miss. Now let's summarize in 3 brief points. Number 1 is to maximize your deductions. Identify and leverage common business write-offs like office expenses, supplies, and equipment. Secondly is to track your expenses. You want to keep organized records, use business accounts, and monitor spending to ensure you're capturing all deductible costs. Finally is to consult experts. You want to work with a tax professional to optimize your tax strategy and reduce your overall liability. Moving on to the action items. The one and only action item I have for you is to consult a certified public accountant. Schedule a meeting with a tax professional to discuss your deductions and get tailored advice for your consignment business. Everyone's situation is different, and I can't give you a clear-cut roadmap for how you should approach your taxes. You need to consult an accountant to help you along with your business. I hope that makes sense. With that said, let's get to work, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sales Tax Exemption 101. If you've been following along and you've been purchasing inventory, you know about the pesky sales tax that we all have to pay when we buy things. Well, let me tell you, in the business of resale, we are exempt from sales tax because the sales tax is charged onto the consumer. So without any further ado, let's get into the video right away. We're going to cover what sales tax exemption is. We're going to identify qualifying purchases, and then we're going to register for sales tax exemption. At the end, we're going to have some action plans for you, and I'm going to walk you through every action plan like always so you can follow along and do it with me. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. All right, pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. I hope you're excited because I am. Let's get right into it. Understanding sales tax exemption allow businesses to purchase certain goods and services without paying sales tax. Businesses that resell goods or make purchases for manufacturing or resale can qualify for exemption. By being exempt, businesses can save on upfront costs and increase profit margins when reselling products. Now, let's identify qualifying purchases. Inventory for resale, wholesale purchases, and other items like packing supplies that are essential to your business operations and resale may also qualify for exemption. So all the inventory that we buy qualify for exemption. If you're buying inventory in wholesale, you also qualify for exemption. Packing supplies like the boxes and the tape and the papers and the ink, they all qualify for exemption as well. Now, the exciting part, how do we register for sales tax exemption? First, you need to apply for a resale certificate. You need to register with your state's tax authority to obtain a resale certificate, and that will allow you to purchase inventory without paying sales tax. Next, you need to provide business information. During registration, you need to provide details like your LLC name, your EIN, your business address, and why you qualify. So in our case, we're reselling sneakers, so we fall under the resale category. Next is to verify tax exemption status. After applying, your state will verify your business status and issue a resale certificate once you're approved. Lastly is to maintain documentation. Always keep a copy of your certificate on hand for tax reporting and audits, as you may be required to provide it for future tax exempt purchases. Now let's summarize. First on the list is that in order to qualify for sales tax exemption, you need a resale certificate for your business. Secondly, all inventory purchased for resale is exempt from sales tax. Third, by avoiding the upfront costs, we can keep our cash flow higher and maximize our profit margins. Now, on to the fun stuff, the action items. First thing I want you to do is obtain a certificate of authority. If you don't know what that is, a certificate of authority is a orange slip that you might have seen when you go into restaurants, and they would usually have it hung up on the wall. It looks something like this, right? Secondly, we need to apply for sales tax exemption on sites like StockX and Goat so we can start making purchases without the taxes. And finally, I want you to post in a community and let us know how it's going and tell us about your success. With that said, let's get to work. All right, the first thing we're going to do is to register for a certificate of authority. If you're in the state of New York, this is your lucky day. I'm going to walk you through exactly how to do it step by step. If you're in any other state, don't worry, it will be quite similar. Just find your state's website on Google or ask ChatGPT and follow along. Let's get right into it. So, first things first, you want to go to the link in the resource tab, and it will take you to the official Tax New York government site. Scroll down and under apply for a certificate of authority, click the New York Business Express link. It will take you to the business site, and it says the average processing time is 5 days. Click apply online, and it will take you back to this page. If you remember, when we were applying for our LLC, we made an account here. So click login, and here I want you to log in, and I'll see you on the inside. After you log in, you're going to be on this page, and then you're going to see your businesses listed below. Select your business and click Start Application. From here, your job is to fill out this form to apply for the certificate. The answer to the first question I would pick is Member Managed LLC. Click Save and Continue. Okay, type in N here. So for me, I'm going to just say I don't have one. And we're in the Erie County. Validate. And then click Save and Continue. Validate and then click Save and Continue. And then we click Continue. We don't have any additional physical locations. Mailing address, same as the business address. Click Next. Telephone number, enter that in. Your email address, enter that in. Click Save and Continue. Okay, we have to say that we're in the resale business. Retail 45 458 4510. And then click Continue. Click Next. We need to add one principal, so we will add ourselves. Say Terry Zhao, date of birth, telephone number, ownership percentage 100%, our address, Kings County, and then validate. We gotta change our SSNs. Say 08832184887 347-234-9898. Update. That worked. Okay. Save. Now they're going to ask us some questions. Reason for applying: starting a new business. Enter the date you will begin business. That's today. You must file your sales tax return. The minimum penalty is $50 if you don't file a return. No problem. In the next video, I'm going to go over exactly how to file for a sales tax return so we can recoup all the sales tax that we ever paid and will pay in the future. In the space below, describe your business. We are reselling sneakers and clothes. The End consumer will pay for the sales tax. This is a home-based business. Yes. Did you acquire all parts of an existing business? No. And then click save and continue. Do you intend to accept credit or debit cards? Yes. What do you expect your annual sales to be? Probably the second. 35,000 to 3.5 million. How much sales tax do you expect to collect annually? Let's just click one. It don't really matter. Enter the bank information where the sales tax money will be deposited. So for this one, you would put your business checking account that we opened earlier. So Chase checking, and then type in some random numbers. Save and continue. Select one of the locations and then continue. Click no to additional locations. Save and continue. Hit no for everything here and then save and continue. Same here, press no for everything. Tax type, sales tax. Actually, remove this. And then click no for save and continue. For clothing or footwear, press yes for that. And then no for everything else. Hit next. Click the responsible person. Set the date to today. Hit yes for everything except for these. That's saying, have you ever had any felonies? No, do not. Press no for those. Click save and continue. All right, now we're at the summary. Scroll all the way down. Press next. Accept the terms. Click save and continue. And now you're ready to submit. Click the submit application button. I'm not going to click it, but you should. And that's it. That's probably the longest form we ever had to fill out. But afterwards is smooth sailing from here on out. Okay, now that's done. Next thing we have to do is to apply for sales tax exemption on StockX and Go. So I'm going to walk you through exactly how you can do that. The first thing we're going to do is to figure out StockX. Go to the StockX sales tax exemption link. Scroll down and click visit our exemption certificate portal. They're going to take you to Avalara, click accept, and then you click add an exemption certificate. Also, make sure you're logged into your StockX account when you do this. Select the state that you were in. For me, I was in New York. Reason is for resale. Click next. Company name, type in your LLC name, put in the address, save and continue. For this, select blanket certificate. I am engaged in the business of resale and I sell clothing. Yes, I'm registered in New York. Type of registration, New York State vendor. And then here, you're going to type in the number that you will get on the certificate. So right here, there is a number here out, but it will have your certificate of authority number, and then you will type that in here. Types of purchases, tangible personal property. Click next. Signer name, that's me. Title, owner, and then sign. And that's it. Okay, one more thing. Right now, this is pending. If they ask for more documentation, all you need to do is send them a picture of this pink orange slip that you get in the mail. This works for almost everything. If you ever find yourself having to pay sales tax, you just show them this slip and then they will omit it for you. Now let's move on to GOAT. Click to the GOAT sales tax exemption link. And here you're going to see not much. GOAT doesn't have a streamlined process like StockX, but it's still possible. What you need to do is to click submit a request, put in the email address of your GOAT account, and then in the subject, just write them a polite email asking to be sales tax exempt. I am the buyer. Just press other. Description. Hello, I am reselling products on Go and I am sales tax exempt. Please direct me to how I can remove sales tax from from my future orders. Thank you. Press submit. And then someone is going to follow up to your email and they're going to direct you to a website like Avalara for StockX. You submit your documents there. They're going to ask you to take a picture of your certificate that you got in the mail, and then they will remove sales tax from all your orders. And that's it. And with that, we're done with sales tax exemption. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to apply for a sales tax refund so you can recoup all the money that you ever spent on sales tax, and how to file for sales tax in the future, because now you are required by law to start filing for sales tax every quarter or yearly. Finally, I want you to post in the community and tell us about your progress. My name is Terry. Like always, it's been an absolute pleasure. Feel free to reach out to me on Instagram or in the community. And like always, thank you and peace out. All right, friends, welcome back to another Consignment Masterclass video. Today, we're going to go over Sales Tax Refund 101. If you've been following along, I want you to give yourself a pat on the back because this is no easy task. I just want to say I'm very proud of you for how far you've come, and let's get right into the video. So here's what we're going to go over. We're going to talk about verifying past tax payments. We're going to learn how to gather necessary documentation. We're going to learn how to submit refund requests. And then we're going to reinvest our refunds. Finally, there's going to be some action items for you to take to move the needle forward. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch the video in 2x speed. So let's get right into it. Verifying past tax payments. First off, we want to review all our past purchases. So check your order histories on StockX, Go, etc. and look for any transactions where you paid sales tax. And then from those items, identify the resold items. Focus on products that were later resold because those may qualify for a refund regardless of exemption status at the time of the purchase. I just want to quickly go over this idea. Previously, when you bought items, you were charged sales tax. Later, when we're reselling the items on Stadium Goods or any other marketplaces, the end consumer is also charged for sales tax. So that's twice the amount of sales tax collected. Because you paid extra sales tax, you qualify for a refund, regardless if you weren't exempt at that time or not. Make sense? Next, we're going to gather necessary documentation. Purchase invoices. Collect receipts or invoices from marketplaces that shows that sales tax was paid. Calculate refundable tax. Add up the total sales tax paid on qualifying inventory to estimate your potential refund. We're going to need this number for later on when we're filing. Next is to gather proof of resale. Collect invoices, sale receipts, and payout records from consignment platforms to demonstrate resale. This is as easy as clicking a button on Stadium Goods. There will be an export button on the sales page. You click it and you will receive an email with a CSV file of all your sales history, and you can just give that over to the IRS and that will count as documentation. Next, let's talk about submitting refund requests. The first step in submitting your refund request is to identify the correct authority. In our case, this will be your state tax authority. Next is to complete the required forms. So there's only one form that you have to fill out, and that's the sales tax refund form. For me personally, I have to file that every quarter. Some people I know have to file it every year. I think it's different for every individual. Next is to attach supporting documents. So all the documents that we talked about earlier about your resale documentations, your invoices, it can be just a bank statement. Honestly, any document that just shows that you paid sales tax will count. and then you submit via proper channels. So that's either online portal, mail, or email. Usually it's just through online portal. Now let's talk about reinvesting your refunds. Your refund will come as a check. It will be paid to the order of your LLC name. Therefore, you have to deposit it into your business checking account. And my recommendation is to reinvest the money that you get from your refund. Use your refunded sales tax to purchase more inventory or cover business expenses. Next is to scale your sneaker business. You can leverage the extra capital to buy higher margin products or increase order volume. Now let's summarize. Number one is that even if you paid sales tax before becoming exempt, you may still be eligible for a refund. Number two is most states allow resellers to claim refunds if they can prove the item were purchased for resale. And number three, securing a refund involves verifying past tax payments, gathering information, and submitting a claim. 3 simple steps. Finally, successfully claiming refunds allow you to recover costs and reinvest back into your business for faster growth. Now let's move on to the action items. First action item I want you to do is to verify your past tax payments. Go through your receipts and look for any products that you have resold that you paid sales tax on. Number two is to take a screenshot, aka gather necessary documentations, whatever that might be. And then number three is to submit your refund request. And then finally is to post in the community. Now let's get to work. I have to submit my refund request for this quarter, so that is a great segue for me to show you how it's done in the state of New York. At taxny.gov, there is a blog post called How to Apply for a Refund of Sales and Use Tax. All we got to do is scroll down to the refund forms. The form we have to fill out is Form AU11. Click Sales Tax Web File. Log in. As you can see, I have to file for the period of December to February. So on the bottom, click File Return. Has your responsible person's information changed? No. Have your business address or phone numbers changed? No. Are you filing an amended return? No. Continue. Select the quarterly sales and use tax return. Now for me, I'm going to say I would like to manually enter data. For gross sales, I'm going to enter how much I made so far this quarter. We go to Stadium Supply here. I did 44.6K and the exact number is right here. So I'm going to enter that in. Do you have any taxable sales, purchases, or credits to report? No. Do you have any over-collected sales and use tax for this period? No. Do you collect tax on vapor products? No. No. Are you discontinuing your business? No. Continue. Okay, to explain what's going on, I am not claiming any sales tax refund for this quarter because I've already set up my exemption with StockX and Go, and I mainly source products off those sites. So I haven't paid any sales tax. So there's nothing for me to claim. So I'm going to submit my form and I'm done. That's simple. But let's go over what it would look like if you have something to claim. So right here in front of us, we have the AU11 form. And I claimed a refund of $46.77. And the credit claimed was $527. Let me explain what these numbers are. Credit claimed is the total amount that you paid sales tax on. So for this transaction, I bought 3 Supreme hoodies and it added up to $527. So they derived the refund, aka $46, from the credit claimed. If you want the exact math, $46 is 8% of $527. That's how much sales tax I paid. So now when you scroll down, they're going to make you explain why you deserve this refund. So I said, I am a reseller. I co-sign with Stadium Goods and they charge the end consumer the sales tax. I am requesting a refund on the sales tax I've paid from sourcing. Simple. That's all you need to say, and that's it. Also, you want to attach your documentation. So here is the attachment that I added. And it's just a screenshot of me with my purchase history with Supreme. I hope you have an understanding of how to file your sales tax return. It's not that hard once you get used to it. And if you ever need help, I'm always here. Shoot me a DM in the community or on Instagram, or make a post in the community. We're all here to help you. Sounds good? Let's get to work. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, see you next time. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video in the Consignment Masterclass. Today we're going to talk about capital leverage. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about leverage, what you don't own. We're going to utilize credit lines. And we're going to cover bulk buying power. Lastly, we're going to cover how to expand inventory faster. And then we have some action items at the end to move the needle forward. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video and don't skip and don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch the video in 2x speed. With that said, let's get right into it. First, we're going to talk about leveraging what you don't own. Like the famous Naval said, leverage is the ability to do more with less. He also said, the best way to scale is with money that you don't need to pay back immediately. So with capital leverage, you're using borrowed money or credit to fund purchases you won't be able to make using only your own cash. Using leverage effectively allows you to grow quickly without having to wait for profits to roll in. You can buy more high-value sneakers and increase your profit margins, all without tying up your own capital. That brings us to our next point, utilizing credit lines. In previous videos, we set up business credit lines, giving you access to capital without using your personal finances. With that, you can leverage the credit to fund inventory, bulk purchases, and other expenses, allowing you to scale without draining your cash reserves. This is exactly what Naval means by leveraging what you don't own, using credit to grow your business while protecting your personal assets. With business credit, you can seize opportunities quickly without missing out due to a lack of immediate funds. Next, we're going to talk about bulk buying power. Capital leverage lets you buy in large quantities, which unlocks significant discounts. Additionally, bulk buying helps you secure higher profit margins because buying in bulk lowers per unit cost, boosting your profit on each sale. Bulk buying also allows you to stock on popular items. You can secure high demand products at lower prices, ensuring fast turnover. Lastly, by saving on unit costs, you can free up cash to reinvest in inventory or business expansion. So bulk buying helps you reinvest for growth. Finally, let's talk about expanding inventory faster. The first bullet point we want to talk about is to avoid bottlenecking. If you remember, I've said in the past that you should double down on what works, but don't overstock on a single product. You want to diversify to prevent market shifts or competitor undercuts. That's a great segue to talk about buying products that are proven. You can use sales data from platforms like SG to expand with top performing items. I've went over this in the Pareto principle video, so go back and watch that if you need help with finding proven products. Next is to make data-driven decisions. You want to leverage the insights to avoid risky purchases and focus on what sells. Additionally, we want to use our community to collaborate. We want to share winning products with the group to scale faster together. That brings us to balancing focus with variety. You want to focus on top performers, but also diversify to reduce risk and stay ahead of the demand. Now let's summarize. Using business credit lines and bulk buying power allows us to scale faster by reducing upfront costs and increasing profit margins. Secondly, We want to focus on proven winners, but avoid bottlenecking by diversifying stock with high demand items using data insights. And finally, we want to work with the community to share insights and products so we can ensure smarter purchases and faster business growth. The whole point of the community is so we can work together as a team. Everyone wants to receive, but someone has to do the giving. If we all chip in, we can all build off one another and we can all win. Now let's go over some action items. The first action item is to set up Sneaker Dunk's Mega Buyer program. I'm going to walk you through exactly how to do this. Number 2 is to activate your credit lines for strategic purchases. If you haven't already been using your business credit lines, this is your cue now to start making purchases. Not only will you have access to a bigger credit line than your personal credit lines, but you would also be building credibility for your businesses. And finally, share data with the community. Again, if we all work together, we can all win. Bonus action item I have for you is to read the Almanac of Naval Ravikant. If you don't know who he is, he's a very famous entrepreneur. He's an American billionaire capitalist that shares his wisdom for free online. The Almanac is a compilation of his wisdom all in one, and it's completely free. I'll leave the link in the resource tab. I'll also quickly show you how it looks like. So on the website, you can listen to it in an audiobook. You can download it as an EPUB. The quickest way is to start reading right on the website. And the reason why I want you to look at this book is because he talks a lot about leverage. And as you know, we just went over the leverage of capital. In the future, we're going to go over the leverage of labor and how we can use that in our business. And if you want to get a head start, he talks about it briefly in this book. With that said, let's get right back into the video. Now let's get to work. The first thing you want to do is to install the Sneaker Dunk app on your phone. The Sneaker Dunk Mega Buyer program is not available on their websites and only on their app. If you like a $5 off your first purchase, here is my link. I will include it in the description. Now let's get to mega buying. In this example, I'm going to use Yeezy slides. We're going to pick up the Onyxes and notice how the purchase screen is different. On the app, you're allowed to select multiple pairs and add them all at once. As you just saw, I added 57 pairs of Yeezy slide Onyxes in 2 clicks of a button. Now let's check out. The great thing about Sneaker Dunk is that they charge a small authentication fee. And in our case right now, they're not charging any authentication fee. And they don't charge sales tax either. Also, the shipping cost is reduced for bulk buying. Think about it. On StockX, shipping cost on average is at least $10. If we're buying 57 pairs, that would equal to $570 in shipping cost. However, in Sneaker Dunk, the shipping cost is only $446 and they're shipping overseas from Japan. So that brings us back to bulk buying power, how you can utilize bulk buying to unlock bigger discounts and higher profit margins. One more thing I want to go over is that you can add multiple items to your bulk order. So I'm going to quickly go over this. I'm going to add a different type of Yeezy slide. And as you can see, I've added multiple items to my bulk order and it works perfectly fine. Here's Sneaker Dunk's exact bulk discount. So it's up to 50% off shipping when you buy 2 or more items at once. Also, when you use Sneaker Dunk's Mega Buyer program, they will start issuing you coupon codes for future orders when they notice that you've been shopping with them. So there's many ways to make connections with suppliers and earn discounts by bulk buying and utilizing business credit lines. That was a lot. I hope you got that down. Let's move on to the next action item. All right, so the next step is to activate your credit lines for strategic purposes. So if you don't already have your business card in use already, you want to start using it. And we're just going to quickly go over how you can activate your credit lines. So we go into the card, you scroll down, and there is a section called credit limit increase. All you have to do is click a few buttons and you can apply for a bigger credit line. It's simple as that. By using credit cards for our purchases, we can stack up a lot of credit points where we can go on vacation in the future. So I hope you're excited about that because that's a big deal. I'm looking forward to it. Now, the next thing on our list is to share the data with the community. I want you to start making purchases on your credit lines, whether it's single purchases or bulk purchases, and share what you bought with the community. If you got approved for a credit limit increase, let us know. If you got approved for new business credit cards, let us know. Any progress you made, feel free to share with the community. Don't be shy. We'd love to hear it. And on that note, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you in the next module. Peace. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to go over Business Credit 101, and let's get right into it. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about business credit and understand what we're getting ourselves into. Afterwards, we're going to talk about opening a business bank account. Next, we're going to get a business credit card. And then we're going to learn how to unlock higher credit limits. Finally, we're going to learn about maintaining clear financial separation. And then at the end, I'm going to have some action items for us to work on to move the needle forward. With that said, here's a quick warning. This is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. And a pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. I hope you're ready. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Let's get into it. Understanding business credit. So what is business credit? A business credit is a separate credit profile for your business. It helps you secure funding without using any personal credit. Why it matters. It helps you build credibility, increase your purchasing power, and protects your personal assets. How is different from personal credit? Your business credit is tied to your EIN, not your SSN, and follows a different scoring system. If you remember, we got our EINs in 10 minutes from the last video. If you haven't done that yet, please go back and follow those instructions. How business credit work? Companies like Dun and Bradstreet, Experian, Equifax track your business's credit worthiness. So how do we start building it? We need to open accounts in our business names, make on-time payments, and establish vendor credit lines. Now let's get into the meat of things. How do we open a business bank account? Let's answer the question, why do you need one? Well, you need one because it helps you keep your business and personal finances separate. It protects liability statuses and simplifies taxes. The requirements you need to open a business bank account is very simple. You just need your EIN, your articles of organizations, and an initial deposit. Choosing the right bank. Ultimately, it's up to you. Take a look at different bank accounts, compare the fees, look at the features, look at the banking options, and any perks for your business. Next, we have setting up properly. Make sure you use your business name/EIN for all transactions to establish credibility. Maintaining your account. Avoid commingling funds, track expenses, and use business debit cards for all purchases. Now, getting a business credit card. It's important to get a business credit card because it helps you build your business credit history, as well as separating expenses for tax reasons and you earn a lot of rewards and perks off your purchases. Choosing the right card. The thing you want to look for are low interest rates, high credit limits, high cashback, and travel rewards. Ultimately, it's based on your business's needs, and we're going to get into this later in the action items. Application requirements. Again, it only needs your EIN and maybe your articles of organizations if they ask for it. They also will ask you questions like your revenue estimates, your personal credit check, maybe like your SSN, and your business details. For example, we're in retail, we're doing resale, we're doing commerce. Using it strategically. Make sure you pay your balances in full, keep your utilizations low, and use only for essential business expenses. Avoiding pitfalls. Watch out for high fees, late fees, unnecessary spending, and late payments. Those will all hurt your credit score, so be very careful. Having a business credit card is a double-edged sword. You can make a lot of money with it, and you can also get into a lot of trouble. Now, let's talk about unlocking higher credit limits. The first step to unlocking higher credit limits is building a strong payment history. If you consistently pay your business credit on time, they will see that. Next is to increase your business revenue. When you do your taxes or report your revenue and they see an increase in your revenue, that automatically tells them that you might need a higher credit limit to continue conducting business. Request a credit limit increase. After a few months of responsible use, you can ask your bank for a higher limit. This is as easy as going to their online portal and clicking a button, or you can apply via phone or in person. Leverage multiple cards. Apply for additional business credit cards to expand your total available credit. If one bank won't give you a credit limit increase, another bank will gladly have your business and give you more credit. Next is maintaining low utilization. Make sure you keep your credit usage below 30% to signify financial responsibility and increase your approval chances. Next, let's talk about maintaining clear financial separation. First bullet point is to use a dedicated business bank account. You want to keep your personal and business transactions separate to protect liability and simplify accounting. This is very important because if you mix your transactions together, when it's time to do taxes, it's going to be a headache, and you will also lose out on liability protection with the LLC. Get a business credit card. Avoid using personal credit card for business expenses. Once you unlock the business credit card, avoid using your personal credit for business expenses. This will help you build credit and streamline financial tracking. Pay yourself properly. So when you start making a lot of money in this business, you want to pull some money out, pay something off, or buy something. It's as simple as transferring money from your business bank account to your personal bank account. It's something called an owner's draw, and is that simple. You just click a button, hit transfer, and it's done. So do that instead of mixing your funds. Finally, we have keep accurate records. Maintain receipts, invoices, and bank statements to ensure compliance with tax and legal requirements. Now let's summarize. Number one is to keep your finances separate. It's very crucial for protecting your liability and building credit. Number two is that a business bank account ensures that we have clear financial tracking, and it also simplifies tax filing for us. Number three is to start using a business credit card to help establish credit history and prevents commingling of funds. And finally, we learned how to pay yourself correctly with the owner's draw and maintain organized records to keep your business legally and financially compliant. Great, now let's get to the fun part, the action items. We got some simple ones for you. I'm going to give you some recommendations and we're going to go from there. Number one is to open a business bank account. Number two is to open a business credit card. And number three is to post in the community. As always, we would love to hear about your progress and your success. Cool. So let's get to work. The bank that I'm currently using is Chase. I'm banking with Chase for many reasons. I'll go over some of them. The first reason is probably because they're the biggest bank company in terms of valuation in the world. So that brings me to my second reason, where they have branches at almost every corner in New York at least, and all over America, I'm sure. And number three is because of the Business Inc. Unlimited card. I love this card because it has a $0 annual fee compared to other cards. And there is a very generous sign up offer. With that said, my recommendation is to open a business checking account and business credit card with Chase. And then you can go from there to wherever you like. Ultimately, it's up to you. You don't even have to open with Chase. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to walk you through how to do that. Great. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is to open a Chase business checking account. And disclaimer, this is a referral link. This will help me out if you open an account with my link, so I'd really appreciate it. For you, you will earn up to $500 for using my link. And we're going to quickly go over this generous sign-up offer. If you deposit a minimum of $10,000 or more, you will earn $500. Or if you only deposit $2,000, you'll still earn a generous $300. Okay? In your email here, click Open Account Online, and you will receive a code in your email, and they will take you to this site. And you're going to need to provide your driver's license, SSN, the information of your LLC, like your EIN, articles of organizations, etc. It's pretty simple. We're going to apply, and then hopefully you get accepted. All right, best of luck. Let me know how it goes. Remember to post in the community. Keep us updated. Next on the list is the Chase Business Inc. credit card. This is the one I personally use for all business expenses. And again, this is a affiliate link. It will very much help me if you use my link, so I'd appreciate it. So on this site, there will be 4 cards you can choose from, like the Infinity Stones. And the one that I personally have is the Business Unlimited Inc. card. I have the second one from the list. And this one is to earn 750 bonus cash back after you spend 6,000, which is pretty simple. The main differences here are the ones on the ends have an annual fee, so it justifies better rewards. However, as a beginner and just starting out, definitely go for a card with 0 annual fee. So any one of the ones in the middle. The difference between the two is that the unlimited 1.5% cash back on anything, and then the business cash card is 5% cash back in select categories like the Discover It card, if you're familiar with that one. So definitely do your research. Ultimately, it's up to you. Let us know in the community what card you end up going with. It doesn't even have to be Chase. But let's walk you through how you would do this. You would click apply now, and then you would fill out all your information here, click submit, and hopefully cross your fingers that you get accepted. All right, best of luck to you. Let me tell you a funny story. When I was first starting out as an LLC and I was applying for my first card and my first business checking account, I got rejected for both of them. Yes, you heard that right. They rejected me. It was so sad. I couldn't do it online. So what I did was go in person. I woke up very early one morning. I wore a dress shirt and a tie, look all professional. Went into Midtown Manhattan and walked into one of the big Chase banks. And I had a folder with all my information. I had my articles of organizations. I had my EIN printed out. I had my personal finance funds printed out. Looked professional. Walked into the building. Went down to one of the booths and they said, what can we help you with today? I made it simple. I want to open a business credit card as well as a business checkings account. So they said, wait one moment. And then after waiting for a little bit, they set me up with one of the supervisors and she sat me down and we just talked about why I'm doing this. And she does a couple of questionnaires like the ones you would do online, presses a few buttons. She brute forces the system and gets me approved under her authority. We shake hands and then I have to put a deposit. So I walk up to one of the cashiers and I withdraw $2,000 from my personal checkings account and then deposit it into my business checking account for the initial deposit, and I was well on my way. She gives me a binder full of documentation and she says, you're all set. I guess the reason I'm telling you this story is that don't give up. If you get rejected online, so did I. Go in person and make sure you get this done. This is crucial for your success. And once this is finished, you're going to be so rejoiced. I'm looking forward to your success. Your success is my success. All right. Best of luck to you. My name is Terry. As always, if you need any help, hit me up on Instagram or in the community. Ask all your questions, and I'll see you in the next one. It's been an absolute pleasure. Goodbye. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. In today's video, we're going to cover the labor leverage. So without any further ado, let's get right into the video. Here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to quickly talk about working on your business and not in it. We're going to identify repetitive tasks, and then we're going to build a local team for efficiency. And then we're going to talk about hiring for success. At the end, we have some action items to move the needle forward. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip it, and don't fast forward. With that said, here's a pro tip. Watch the video in 2x speed. Let's get into it. So, work on your business and not in it. From operator to CEO. You've learned the essentials of the consignment business. Now it's time to shift from managing day-to-day tasks to leading and scaling your business. Step back to grow. As you see profits rolling in, it's crucial to step away from the operations and focus on high-level decisions that drive your business forward. Build a business, not a job. Instead of working in your business, create systems that allow the business to run smoothly without constant involvement. Finally, focus on strategy, not tasks. Move from handling orders to making strategic decisions like sourcing products, scaling, and expanding. So far, everything I've taught you is how to make it in the consignment business. This is important because You need to familiarize yourself with how to work in this business. Now that we got all the checkpoints down and we know how to work in the business, we have to work on the business. At some point, you have to step away from being the operator and step into the CEO role and really buy back your time. So that is the main idea we're going to get into in this video. I hope that makes sense. Now let's identify the repetitive tasks. The first one is data analysis. Manually reviewing sales trends and pricing across multiple platforms can be time consuming. Purchasing. Constantly pressing the buy button for new inventory takes focus away from strategic growth. Packing and labeling. Preparing and labeling shipments is repetitive and slows down efficiency. And finally, pickup shipping. Coordinating pickups and handling logistics can eat up valuable time. All these tasks are labor tasks that can be delegated. Which brings me to the next slide. Build a team for efficiency. The first point is to automate data tracking. We can hire a team or leverage the community insights to monitor sales trends instead of manual reviews. That is why I've created this community so we can all help each other. In this community, if everyone chips in their own ideas, we can all bring each other up. Additionally, the other idea here is that you can hire someone to do the data analysis for you and provide you with the results. This is where the account manager comes in that we're going to talk about later on, and how to use the account manager efficiently to find data that most people cannot usually access. Secondly, you want to delegate purchasing. So we want to train an assistant to handle buy orders based on set criteria. Third is to offload packing and labeling. Hire help for prepping shipments efficiently. And finally, to streamline logistics, we want to assign someone to manage pickups and shippings for us so we can focus on working on the business. Now, let's talk about hiring for success. The first step to delegating tasks is to identify your weak spots. Identify which tasks drain your energy or fall outside your expertise. These tasks need to be delegated first. Secondly, is to leverage your network. Ask your community and people that you know for referrals to find trustworthy team members. Third is to start small and scale. You want to delegate one task at a time and expand as you grow comfortable. Set clear expectations. Define goals and maintain communication to keep your team aligned. Finally, you want to hire for fit, not just for skills. Ensure that your new hires share your vision and values to build a cohesive team. Now let's summarize. Number one is to delegate to focus on growth. Step away from repetitive tasks and focus on high value activities that drive business growth. If you're stuck doing day-to-day tasks, you don't have a business, you have a job. We want to build a business here. So in order to do that and focus on growth, we need to delegate the repetitive tasks. Secondly is to leverage local resources. Build a team or use outsourcing to streamline operations, from data analysis to shipping. Trust is everything. There is no point in hiring someone that we can't trust. That is why I recommend you first look at your local network and find someone that is looking for a job and someone that you can trust. Third is to recruit for impact. You want to hire strategically for key tasks, starting small and scaling as you gain confidence in delegation. In the repetitive task slide, I already did the heavy work for you. I've pointed out all the repetitive tasks that you might face in the consignment business. Your job now is to identify your weak spots and hire strategically for that task. Now, here are some action items. The first one I want you to do is to delegate your first task. This won't be easy, and this will take a while to do. However, if you want to step into the CEO role, you have to do this. Secondly is to make a community post. Share your delegation experience with the community. Explain what tasks you delegated, how it improved your workflow, and any tips for others looking to do the same. Now let's get to work. I've already delegated my first task, so I'm going to move on to action item number 2 and make a community post and giving some tips to the community so they can get started on their first delegation. Here we go. My delegation experience. My first delegation was the packing and labeling task. Extracting shoes out of the shipping boxes and packing them into large boxes took up hours of my time. This is a very simple task to do and which makes it obvious that it needed to be delegated. My first hire was a college friend that was looking for a side hustle. I paid them $3 per pair to intake packages and box and ship them. An example of a contract. An example of how it would go down is like this. I would ship them 50 pairs of sneakers. They would box and label it, and hand it off on pickup day. I hope this helps you with your own delegation journey. Let's post this in general discussion and press post. Oh, I forgot to mention that for 50 pairs of sneakers, I would pay them $150 because it was $3 per pair. All right, and with that, I hope you get an idea of how to start delegating your task. This is a very crucial step to start building our business. So with that said, I want you to get to work. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. Today, we're going to talk about Stadium Goods pickup service for New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Let's get right into it. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about what exactly is SG pickup, and then we're going to cover leveraging labor for convenience. Next, we're going to go over how to set it up. And then finally, we're going to talk about expanding beyond New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch the video in 2x speed. So sit back and relax and enjoy. So what is Stadium Goods Pickup? Stadium Goods Pickup is an exclusive service available to consigners level 3, level 2, and level 1. In addition, you have to be in New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Stadium Goods Pickup offers door-to-door convenience where they come and pick up your inventory and you don't need to ship it or drop it off. This means faster processing times. Your items get listed and sold quicker. Also, this means you get priority access. This service is reserved for top-tier sellers with proven track records. Now let's talk about leveraging labor for convenience. We all know that time is money. When we outsource logistics, we can focus on scaling our business. Stadium Goods handles the work. We let their team transport and process our inventory for us. Next, let's talk about maximizing productivity. By leveraging labor, we get to save a lot of time, and that lets us focus on sourcing, analyzing data, and expanding our business. Additionally, it allows us to seamlessly scale. We can grow faster without being tied down by manual tasks. Now let's go over exactly how to set it up. So make sure you're eligible. You have to be level 3 to level 1, and you have to be in New York City, Los Angeles, or Chicago. Now requesting a pickup is as easy as clicking a few buttons on your Stadium Goods portal. If those options aren't available to you, you can contact your account representative, and if you don't have one, you can just send an email to Stadium Goods directly, and they will get you connected to the right people. Now let's talk about how to prepare your inventory. You need to box your items properly, keep ticket numbers separate, and include packing slips. It's exactly like how you would do it if you were to ship your packages. You put all your sneakers in an extra large shipping box. Each box must have your DC number, ticket number, the item count, and the box count. Finally, you just hand it off to the driver. You have to be ready at the scheduled time, and SG will not enter your home or wait beyond 15 minutes for the sneakers. you have to manually load your sneakers into the truck. Finally, let's talk about expanding beyond New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago. If you're not in one of these states, you can use third-party pickup services. Personally, I haven't found a 3PL that does business-to-business fulfillment. However, if any of you find one, please let me know. Additionally, you can leverage local resellers. So you can work with resellers in one of these states or consignment shops to help facilitate the pickup and shipping process. If none of this works for you, you can always go back to just shipping directly to their warehouse. Finally, stay up to date on SG expansion. Keep an eye out for when Stadium Goods may expand their pickup services to other cities. Now let's summarize. Stadium Goods offer a convenient door-to-door pickup service for consigners in New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago, saving time and effort. Highly consider using the service to free up your time for more profitable tasks while leveraging Stadium Goods' team for efficient inventory management, allowing you to focus on scaling. Finally, scheduling your pickup is as easy as 1, 2, 3. You would pack your sneakers like you usually would if you were to ship. You call their pickup team and you hand it over, and they will handle the rest, ensuring your inventory is swiftly listed for sale. Now let's get to work. I'm going to go over exactly how you can schedule a pickup service with Stadium Goods so you're not in the dark. Let's do it. On the app, you go to Ticket, and then on the top, you see a calendar icon. You click the calendar icon, and then you click Request Appointment. From here, you can select the date and time, and then afterwards, you will need to select the ticket you would like to pick up. You have to define the cartons and the products, and then select your pickup area. Finally, you have to confirm your address, and then from here, it will go into your system, and they will coordinate a team to come pick up your items. On the website, it's pretty much the same as well. You go into Sell, and then you click Appointment, and then from here, you click Request Appointment, and you follow the same steps. You select the date and time, select your ticket, define the cartons and the products, and then confirm your address. It's that simple. It only takes a few clicks of a button. Now, if you don't have these options on your app or website, you have to send an email to Stadium Goods. Their email is market@stadiumgoods.com. All right, that's it for this lecture. If you have any questions, feel free to hit me up on Instagram or reach out in the community. As always, it's been an absolute pleasure. My name is Terry, and let's get to work. Peace out. All right, to those of you out there that are outside of New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago, I got something for you too. Introducing UPS pickups for my shippers. Let's get into it. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about convenience and time saving. We're going to go over cost versus effort. We're going to go over simple scheduling, reliability, and security. And with that said, quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. Let's go. Convenience and time saving. You want to avoid carrying heavy boxes or making multiple trips to the UPS store. This is especially difficult if you don't have a vehicle. UPS pickups are ideal for bulk shipments. It's perfect for large consignments that are difficult to transport. UPS have flexible pickup options. You can schedule a time that fits your schedule, whether you're at home or at your business location. And it saves energy and effort. Focus on sourcing and scaling instead of spending time on drop-offs. Convenience is everything. Now let's talk about cost versus effort. Small fee, big convenience. The UPS pickup fee is minimal compared to the time and effort saved. Additionally, it eliminates transport cost. You don't need to spend money on gas, parking, or ride shares to drop off packages. That directly offsets the pickup fee. Additionally, it reduces the risk of damages. If there's less handling, it means there's a lower chance of boxes getting damaged in transit. Again, this saves you more time for scaling. Instead of wasting time on drop-offs, You can focus on sourcing more inventory. And lastly, this is effortless for high volume shippers. If you're shipping regularly, the convenience far outweighs the small cost. Now let's go over simple scheduling. You can schedule in minutes. You can book a UPS pickup online or through the app in just a few clicks. You can pick a time that works for you instead of rushing to a UPS store. There's no extra steps, just print your labels, pack your boxes, and leave them at your door. UPS pickups are reliable and consistent. They run smoothly, keeping your shipments on track. And lastly, let's go over reliability and security. UPS is a globally recognized shipping service with a strong track record. They're a trusted carrier worldwide. UPS comes with real-time tracking. You can get updates on your shipment progress from pickup to delivery. Additionally, there will be proof of pickup. A receipt or confirmation ensures that your packages is in safe hands. And lastly, UPS comes with insurance options. It will protect your high value items with coverage for added security. Now let's summarize everything we talked about. First of all, UPS pickups will save you a lot of time and effort. You can schedule UPS pickups to avoid trips to the store, especially for large shipments. Secondly, the convenience far outweighs the cost. For a small fee, enjoy hassle-free pickups and avoid the hassle of handling bulky boxes. Additionally, you can write it off. Lastly is the reliability and security. You can trust UPS for real-time tracking, proof of pickup, and reliable delivery of your consignments. And with that said, let's get to work. If you're an out-of-state shipper, I highly recommend you start leveraging UPS pickups. When you scale up and become a CEO, you cannot be spending precious time doing the handiwork. So your action items for this video is to think about where you're at and if you should start using UPS pickups. You should start doing it as soon as possible so you can get familiar with the pickup service. Additionally, you will be ready when you start to scale. Now I'm going to show you exactly how you can schedule a UPS pickup on their website. The first thing you're going to do is go to the UPS Schedule a Pickup website. From here, there will be a quick form for you to fill out to schedule your pickup. Additionally, I highly recommend you make an account so you can save time scheduling and manage your pickup history. Down here is where we're going to start scheduling our pickup. So for the first question, do you have pre-printed UPS shipping labels for your shipment? You click yes. These labels will be provided to you by Stadium Goods. And then optionally, you can enter the tracking numbers here. Additionally, in the second form, you're going to fill out your name, your address, your city, your state, your zip code, and your telephone number. Next, you're going to specify the amount of packages in your pickup. So this will be the amount of boxes. For example, if you have 3 extra large boxes that you're going to ship, you would buy 3 labels from Stadium Goods. And in this form here, you would say you have 3 packages in your pickup. Additionally, the answer is no to the question, does your pickup contain items that weigh more than 70 pounds? Next, you schedule a pickup date and pickup time that works for you. Also, you can include special instructions for the UPS driver. And then lastly, you have to enter your contact information, and then we can go to the next page. At the next page, you have to select your payment method. The total charge for my pickup will be $9, which is nothing compared to the convenience that we're going to receive. I recommend you bill to a payment card and make this card your business credit card or any credit card that you have. After you fill out your payment information, the next page you will be able to confirm your pickup. And it's that simple. It will be even faster when you make an account and you save your details so you can just click a button to schedule your next pickups. I hope that helps. And with that said, you should highly consider utilizing pickups for your business. This way you can scale your business to the moon. And with that, I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be pulling back the curtains on how to hire a logistic manager. So what a logistics manager is someone who handles the 2 most repetitive tasks in our system. So if we go to labor leverage and we take a look at the video, 2 of the most repetitive tasks that we have to deal with is packing and labeling and pickup and shipping. That is where a logistics manager comes in. The logistic manager will be in charge of preparing and labeling shipments and also coordinating pickups and handling logistics, right? So we're going to go over exactly how I do it so you can get started with hiring your first logistics manager. Now we have to understand what kind of person we're looking for in a logistics manager. First is someone that has to be trustworthy. This has to be someone that you can trust because they will be handling a lot of your sneakers. If you hire someone that you can't trust, they might steal your shoes, etc., and you don't want that. So the first person you want to hire is someone who is trustworthy and accountable. Secondly, this person should live in a good neighborhood. I say that because there are a lot of package theft. Personally, I live in a not so safe neighborhood. And when I used to hustle and ship the packages to myself, I had incidents where people would break into my apartment and steal my packages. It's a hassle, and that is something you don't want. So your logistics manager should be someone that lives in a decent neighborhood that won't get the packages stolen, because at the end of the day, those are your packages. In front of us, we have some resources for your contractor. The first resource we're going to go over is the Job Post Logistics Manager. So here is a quick rundown of what they have to do. The title is Logistics Manager. It's a contract. We're not hiring employees because there is payroll and W-2s that we have to take care of that we don't want to do. When we hire a contractor, we don't have to worry about payroll. We can just Zelle them, PayPal, Venmo, etc. And then at the end of the year, all we have to do is file a 1099 for them. And it's much easier for us as a business. So this is a remote home-based location that appeals to the contractors because they love working remote and home-based jobs. This is going to be like a side hustle for them. The contract is going to last about 2 to 3 weeks, and we're going to pay them $2 per pair. So the job overview is summary of what they have to do. The key responsibilities is that they have to collect the packages and inspect them upon arrival. They have to securely store them somewhere in their house, workspace, etc. They have to make sure that they receive all their inventory. They have to verify that they're not missing any packages that we send them. And then they have to prepare and schedule shipments. So they have to coordinate pickups with the pickup team. In my case, if you're shipping, you could have them coordinate pickups with UPS. And then there are some health and safety compliances. Now let's go over the requirements. They need to have a secure, organized space for storing our packages. They need to be able to lift and move packages as needed. They should have strong attention to detail and organization skills, be able to communicate reliably, and have the abilities to follow instructions precisely. And they must be available for the entire project duration. When they agree to a contract, I will send them 50 pairs first to test the waters, which equals to a payout of $100. When you're posting your job offering, you can entice them to work with you by showing them what they can earn in the long run. So what I like to do is tell people that I would hope to do 2,000 pairs with them and pay them $4,000, which is a lot of money. And it has some truth to it too, because you don't want to just hire people for a one-time thing. This is a long-term kind of job that we want to hire for. For example, the logistics manager that I have for my team, I've been working with him for 6 months. Great. Now we went over the job posting. We know that we need to hire someone that has a secure and organized space for storing our packages. They need to live in a good neighborhood, and they have to be someone that we can trust. Now, what I would do is take this job posting and post it in group chats of people that I trust. So in Discord, Facebook group chats, Snapchat group chats, Instagram group chats, social media chats where I have people that I can trust and I would like to hire for this job. After you post your job posting, hopefully you're going to have people message you. These are going to be your candidate pool. And from this pool, you need to dial down one person that is perfect for this job. So to move on from the job posting, we have the interview questions. What you need to do now is to do a phone interview or a video interview with these candidates. And here I've attached the interview questions that I've asked my candidates. And it's a series of 8 questions. And the goal is to have them answer yes to all questions. Let's briefly go over the questions and why they matter. So the first question is, will you be able to securely accept all the contractual packages? We want them to answer yes. Will you immediately report any damages or issues to the appropriate contact person? Again, we want them to answer yes. This is to hold them accountable. Do you have a designated secure area of your home or workplace that is specifically set aside for inventory management? We want them to answer yes and also elaborate into what this secure area looks like. Will you implement measures to keep the storage area secure, preventing unauthorized access or potential loss? Again, we want them to answer yes to all these questions. Also, as the interviewer, you can have them expand more on these questions. And it's important to have an idea of what they're going to do to ensure that your packages are safe and they are right for the job. Question 5 is, will you be able to efficiently box and label the contractual packages for shipment? Will you be able to coordinate a time for pickup that aligns with both your schedule and the pickup team's availability? Will you be able to bring the products out to the team for them to load into the truck? And finally, do you have any questions for me? The questions are very simple. A red flag for a candidate is someone that answers no to any of these questions. If they answer no, you need to ask yourself, why did they answer no? And reconsider if they are still the right person for this job. A real life example of a bad hire is someone that doesn't take care of your packages. For example, I had a hire that was careless with the packages. I don't know what they did exactly, but it led to rejections from the Stadium Goods team. I've had sneakers rejected for not suitable for sale, quality control, and box damaged from this contractor. I'm not blaming everything on this contractor, but there must be something that they are doing wrong to get this many pairs rejected. Because I've had another contractor that I've worked with long term, and they have gotten close to 0 rejections. So keep that in mind when you're hiring your contractor. That's why it's important to do a test run. So for the first contract, send only 50 pairs and do a test run with the contractor. If they get a lot of rejections, this should be a red flag. Try to understand why the sneakers were rejected and reconsider if you should stick with this person or find someone else. Again, make sure they read over the standard operating procedures and a contractor handbook, as well as for the first contract, make sure you regularly check in with them, give them calls, FaceTimes over the phone, and make sure they're doing the process correctly. In the future contracts, you don't have to check in on them anymore if they do the first one right. For example, my long-term contractor, I don't even have to call him, text him, anything. When he gets 50 pairs, he contacts me and he says, hey bro, let's schedule the next pickup. I'm ready. And then I schedule it and he takes it from there. I don't have to do anything else. That is the power of having a capable contractor that is able to handle this job. After you've interviewed all your candidates, you should have one ideal person in your mind that you would think is perfect for this job. Now, the final step is to show that person the project file. This will be the person that you want to hire, right? So the project file basically details every step that they have to do in this job. This is going to be the standard operating procedures. First, they have to collect packages and inspect them. They have to store the packages. They have to manage the inventory. And then they have to prepare the shipments and schedule the pickups. Finally, at the bottom of this contract, you want them to sign the document and send it back to you if they accept this job offering. This is documentation for yourself to hold this person accountable, as well as a ritual for the person to confirm that they have accepted the job. Finally, the last two documents you should give this person is the standard operating procedure and the contractor handbook for them to read. This is going to be guidelines of your business. Have them sign the contractor handbook as well. This is going to be the terms and conditions to hold this person accountable. It's basically saying you're not going to steal, you're going to do the job, they're going to be compensated as agreed upon. And finally, they can be terminated under our discretion at any time based on their performance evaluation. And then we have them sign at the bottom for them to confirm that they have acknowledged and agreed to these terms. Finally, after you've sent over all these resources to this person, you're going to need to collect their name and address for you to start sending packages to them. When you've collected those information, your next goal is to have your sourcing specialist to start sending packages to that person. Now let's expand on payments. Ultimately, it's up to you how you pay your contractors. It depends on what payments they accept. For my contractor, he wanted Zelle payments, and I'm completely fine with that because I send Zelle payments out of my business checking account, which is logged for tax purposes, as well as when you send Zelle payments, you can leave a note on the Zelle payment detailing exactly what this payment is for. So make sure you do that for tax purposes again. And then at the end of every tax year, you're going to have to send a 1099. What I use is a website to file the 1099s for me. It costs $5, very minimal for the convenience. If you don't do it this way, you're going to have to file the 1099 on paper manually, and it's just not worth it. I'd rather just pay the $5 and do it online. The website I use is Tax 1099. You can electronically file your 1099s for your contractor on this website, and it's highly worth it. Additionally, the amount of money that you send to your contractor to get this job done can be written off on your own taxes at the end of the year. Definitely contact a certified public accountant to inquire about tax write-offs, and make sure you do the homework of sending payments that are logged and filing in 1099 for your contractor. If you do those things properly, writing off the payments to your contractor should be easy. Now let's go over common issues that might happen during hiring a logistics manager. The first one is what happens if a package goes missing. Ultimately, it's on you. If a package goes missing, you have to file a chargeback with your bank or contact your marketplace that you got the sneaker from to get a refund. However, you need to get to the bottom of how this package went missing. Was it because it was left in a unsecure space? Was your contractor not available? A lot of things can happen for a package to go missing, and you need to get to the bottom of it. Another common issue is if your logistics manager makes a mistake like mislabeling packages or forgetting to schedule a pickup. These are very minor mistakes. However, they shouldn't happen at all, and you need to have a sit down with your contractor and talk about why this is unacceptable. Now, we're going to talk about how you can properly fire a contractor. Because we operate on a contract by contract basis, it's very easy to fire a bad hire. If you decide to fire your contractor, all you have to do is stop sending them packages and make sure all the packages that they currently have are sent off to Stadium Goods. In the contractor handbook, we detailed that they can be terminated anytime based on their performance evaluation, and we had them agree to that. So there should be no issues firing a bad hire. Finally, let's talk about scaling and long term. I mentioned hiring for the long term, but we need to go over how we can actually evaluate for performance. The most important part is rejections. Your contractor should have very little rejections. They should be properly handling your packages. Nothing should go missing. And if they meet all these criterias and you can tell that they're doing a great job, then this is the contractor you should stick with for the long term. The ideal workload for one person is 50 pairs. That's very easy. 100 pairs they can do. Even 200 pairs, they would love to do it because that would mean more money for them because their pay scales linearly with the workload. So there's no reason to ever hire a second logistics manager unless you're going to fire your first one. Now, let's talk about the scenario where we found our perfect logistics manager. We want them to stay for the long term. How can we ensure that they stay with us? Well, nobody likes a dead-end job, right? So make sure they're scaling with your business. So as your business picks up, make sure to get more shipments. They would love more shipments because that would mean more work for them and more money. Also, you can give them bonus pays for holidays. For example, last year during Christmas, I gave my contractor a $100 bonus because of the great work they were doing and just to show my appreciation for their help in the company. Now, you don't have to do this, but I just felt like I should because they were doing such a great job. This would definitely make them want to stay with the company. Finally, the last thing I'm going to talk about is to make sure that their job grows, that they have somewhere to grow to. This might mean giving them more work to do in the future for more pay or anything else that you can think of. Again, nobody likes a dead-end job, so make sure there is something that they can look forward to while working at this job. With that said, all these resources are downloadable at your disposal. You just click into it and there is a download button on the top right. These files are plug and play for you. You can implement them into your company today. I hope that helps. If you have any questions on how to hire a logistics manager, make a post in the community and I will respond to it. I will help you out. Best of luck in hiring your first employee or contractor. Let's get to work. See you in the next one. Peace out.
All right, my friends, welcome to the Freedom Framework. In this video, we're going to go over the mindset you need to have in order to scale to 6 and 7 figure systems. So with that said, let's get right into it. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about the time and money trade-off. We're going to talk about key man risk, removing yourself, creating systems, and your role as CEO. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video in 2 times speed. The time versus money trade-off. You're always spending either your time or money. If you're doing everything yourself, you're paying with your time. If you delegate, you're buying back freedom. Saving money by doing everything yourself keeps you small. The longer you hold on to low-level tasks, the harder it is to scale. Employees trade their time for money. Entrepreneurs trade their money for time. The goal is to remove yourself from the grind and focus on growing, not just working. We have to start buying back our time with the money our business is earning. Now let's introduce the key man risk. The key man risk is a serious business issue where a business is overly reliant on one individual, often the founder, for key operations and decision making. If all critical tasks and decisions rely on you, it's nearly impossible to scale. If something were to happen to you, the business could come to a halt. It's fragile without a backup plan or system in place. When you're planning for an exit or sale, key man risk decreases the attractiveness of the business. Buyers want systems that don't depend on a single person. Now let's go over removing yourself. You're the problem. If everything runs through you, you're slowing down your growth. Orders, pricing, sourcing, all get stuck waiting on you. Build processes that can run without your direct involvement, allowing the business to function smoothly. Empower your team to make decisions so you're not involved in every small choice. Move from managing tasks to focusing on scaling and long-term vision. Now let's talk about creating systems. Don't just hire people, build systems. A good system ensures things run smoothly even when you're not around, minimizing the need for micromanagement. With clear processes in place, outcomes become more consistent, reducing errors and increasing overall efficiency. A structured system allows you to scale without things breaking down. When processes are systemized, you don't have to waste energy making the same decisions daily. Your team follows a playbook, freeing up your mind for bigger moves. When you have documented systems, onboarding new hires becomes seamless. If someone leaves, you don't lose knowledge. The system keeps the business running. Now let's go over your role as CEO. Your job is to decide. You have to make high-level decisions that drive growth, while execution is best handled by systems and a team. Attract top talent. Delegate effectively and create a leadership structure that drives the business forward. Systems aren't static. Continuously refine and adapt them to keep efficiency high as your business evolves. With systems handling the core business, you now have time to explore new opportunities, investments, and ways to expand. Now let's summarize. Number one is to build systems, not dependence. You want to create processes that run smoothly without you to eliminate key man risk and ensure scalability. Number two is to shift from operator to CEO. Stop managing daily tasks and focus on high-level strategy, decision making, and growth. And number three is to optimize and innovate. Continuously refine systems, hire the right people, and explore new revenue streams to scale sustainably. Now let's get to work. In upcoming videos, I'm going to help you identify the top laborious task in the consignment business, and we're going to go over exactly how to break it down and delegate them efficiently. With that said, I hope you're excited for the next video. Let's get to it. See you in the next one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and you've made it to module 3. The first video in this module I have for you is the Pareto principle. This is a very important topic I want to discuss with you in order to scale. So without wasting any time, let's jump right into the slides. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to explain the 80-20 rule, aka the Pareto principle. And then we're going to identify your top performers. We're going to learn about cutting out the dead weight, doubling down on what works, and then some action items like always at the end. As you know, I'm going to do them along with you. So let's get right into it. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. Pro tip, watch the video in 2 times speed. The 80-20 rule explained. The 80-20 rule states that 80% of results come from 20% of efforts originally observed in economics. This is a high-level understanding of what the Pareto rule is. This was originally observed in ancient Italy, where 80% of the land was owned by 20% of the people. This principle applies across industries, business, investing, time management, and even sneaker reselling. A small percentage of sneakers drive the majority of profits, while others sit and tie up capital. You want to use sales data and market trends to pinpoint the top performing sneakers in your inventory. So shift your focus to scaling up on high demand sneakers rather than spreading your resources too thin. And with that, it brings us to identifying your top performers. We have to find the 20% that drives 80% of sales. I want you to look at your past sales and see which sneakers consistently sell fast and at high margins. I want you to spot patterns in bestsellers. Some models and colorways always perform well. Focus on those proven moneymakers. Rank by sell through speed. Identify sneakers that consistently sell within days or weeks, not months. And double down on what works. Use the 80-20 mindset to scale efficiently. Buy more of the sneakers that have proven success rather than spreading your investments thin. That brings us to cutting out the dead weight. Identify the bottom 80%. If a sneaker sits too long without interest, it's tying up capital and you need to cut it loose. Avoid seasonal trends. Shoes that only sell during specific times of the year can disrupt your cash flow. Stop holding out for max profit. It's better to sell now at a decent price than holding out for a better price that may never come. Sneakers that sit too long become a liability. Quality over quantity. This ties back to the Pareto principle. Quality is everything in this game. Too many sellers try to scale by listing everything, but the real money is in focusing on high quality, in demand sneakers that move fast. By applying the Pareto mindset, you reinvest only in sneakers with a track record of selling quickly and profitably. If I'm going to be honest, this is one of the biggest mistakes that I have made in the sneaker game. When I first started out, I didn't have this mindset of quality over quantity. I was just testing everything, trying to see what clicks. And sometimes you get burned. And that's a learning lesson for me. That's why I made this one of the modules so you can quickly understand this mindset and not make the same mistakes. Next, we have doubling down on what works. Focus your capital on the sneakers that drive 80% of your sales and profits, rather than experimenting with unproven models. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is the mistake that I caught myself doing so many times. I want you to develop this mindset early so you don't develop this bad habit. Once a sneaker has proven demand and quality, scale up purchases strategically to maximize returns. Optimize your workflow by sourcing only high quality in demand sneakers. As you scale, ensure quality control remains very strict to prevent defects, returns, or bad customer experiences. If your quality control is high tier, you'll see less returns and less refunds. The Pareto principle is that 80% of your results come from 20% of your efforts. By applying this principle, it helps us focus on what truly drives success. Understand that not all inventory is equal. We want to prioritize the most in-demand, high-performing sneakers that leads to better returns. Holding onto slow sneakers tie up capital and storage and reduces your efficiency. Quality over quantity. You want to focus on top-performing products to ensure better cash flow, reduce your risk, and minimize issues like return and refunds. As operations grow, maintaining strict quality control on sourcing, authentication, and pricing becomes critical. Now for our action items. The first thing I want to do is go to your stadium supply and look at your current listings. I want you to adjust the pricing of anything that is overpriced and is aged inventory. The next thing I want to do is analyze your sales data. We want to look at our sale data and identify the top 20% of sneakers that is driving our success. And then post your findings in the community. Now let's get to work. I'm going to do this along with you so you have an understanding of what these action items actually expect from you. The first thing on the list is to adjust your pricing. As you can see, I have 160 sneakers that are not at lowest listed price, and I have 86 aged inventory. Like I said, this is a mistake that has cost me dearly, and that is why I stress the importance of it and included it in Module 3. If we look at my aged inventory, I have sneakers that haven't sold in over a year. This sneaker right here hasn't sold in 400 days. I bought the sneaker when I was first starting out doing stadium supply, and I've made mistakes along the way. So, for adjust pricing, one technique you can apply is the promotions. As you can see, I'm currently running a 20% off promotion on anything over 90 days in age. I'll quickly run through how you can do this. You click create promotion, you select the promotion price, you select the start date and the end date, and then you select the criteria. So for me, I did over 90 days in inventory. You hit next, and then you select the models that you want this promotion to apply to. Press next again, check the checkbox, and press create. Now I'm going to walk you through what I usually do to monitor my prices. I would click into not at lowest price. I would sort by healthy, and then I would find sneakers that are close to one another. So you see this one is listed at $305 and the lowest listed is $304. So I would match those. Same with in this one. Next, I want to view inventory by age. Anything over 90 days is not good. 90 days is 3 months. Anything over 180 days is terrible. So we want to target the items that are over 90 days and plus. So let's start with the 91 to 180 days. These haven't seen any sign of life in a very long time. So there's a study called the 20% discount bias, which suggests that consumers tend to find a 20% discount more attractive than larger discounts, even if the final price ends up being the same. It has something to do with psychology, emotions, but a rule of thumb is that if you lower something by 20%, it's more likely to buy. So what I'm going to do here now is adjust my price by 20%. So this sneaker that hasn't seen any sign of life in a very long time, I'm going to put it on 20% discount, which is $207. I'm going to go down the list and do the same here. Number 2 on our action items list is to analyze your sales data. How we're going to do this is go to sales and then click export payouts. And then we'll do it for this quarter. You're going to get a CSV file with all the data that has happened within the past quarter. So we're going to utilize AI to analyze this data. I'm going to copy the entire list. I'm going to bring it over to DeepSeek, paste it in, and I'm going to say, please help me use the Pareto principle and spot the top 20% of sneakers sales that are driving my success this quarter. Hit enter and see what happens. And now DeepSeek is working on the data that I have given it, and it's giving me all the data that I want. So clearly Yeezys, Sambas, and 9060s are driving my success this quarter. And like I said, these top 20% of sales account for approximately 80% of my total revenue. The reason why I'm using DeepSeek is because it's free. If I switch over to ChatGPT, they're going to ask me to pay for data analysis. So that's why we're leveraging DeepSeek. Now I'm going to say, give me the exact SKU that are driving my success. I want the top 20% ranked by sell through rate ROI. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. It's giving me the exact models that are driving my success. Good job, DeepSeek. With this information, we know exactly what we need to focus on. We need to focus on 9060s. This has been doing really good for us. Yeezy Boost and Mexico 66. Next thing I want to talk about is utilizing your account manager. I'm going to go in depth about this in future modules, but your account manager is basically someone that is dedicated to assisting you with consigning. So my account manager is Erica. She's a very kind person and she always helps me when I need help. So in this email I'm showing you, she said she wanted to share our best-selling SKUs in the last 7 and 90 days attached below, which is exactly what we've been looking for. So we take this file, let's download it, and you see already it gives us some really good information here, but we're too lazy to look through this ourselves. So we're gonna take it to DeepSeek and have DeepSeek do the heavy lifting for us. So now that we're back in DeepSeek, let's attach the file that we downloaded. And I'm gonna say, hey DeepSeek, take a look at this file containing a table of the best sellers in the past 7 and 90 days. Please provide me the top 20% using the Pareto principle again. DeepSeek is unresponsive, so I'm going to highlight everything and copy and paste it in and see if that works. So I pasted it in. I'm going to say, take a look at this table containing data of the best sellers in the past 7 and 90 days. Please provide me the top 20%. Send. Damn it, really, DeepSeek? I'm gonna paste it in ChatGPT and see what's going on. All right, we got both AIs working here. Let's see. Come on, man. China versus America. Oh, here we go. Oh no, but these are not good because the UGG Tasmans, I know for a fact, are selling for under $200. I only want things that are selling for over $200. Please check the list again and only give me and filter out the products that are selling for under $200. Oh, it wants me to pay. Come on, dude. Come on, DeepSeek, please. All right, no problem. We'll take a look here and just do some manual data analysis. So the UGG has, I'm gonna pass on those. Spezials. Most of these sneakers are not doing that good. But the black cements are doing really good. This one. Black cements. So I would take note of this. I'm going to write this down in my notes and post it in the community later. Another one, Air Jordan 11 Columbia. This is very good. Sell-through rate of a 36%. Add that into the notes. All right, I've extracted the pairs that are selling for over $200 in the top 20% from this list. Now let's go back to DeepSeek and also highlight the ones that has been doing good for me. We're going to add these to the notes as well. And now we can also ask our account manager for a certain amount of data. So in this email, I asked her for an updated speed of sale 30-day sale data, and she has provided it to me here. Now, account managers are only unlocked for seller level 1s and seller level 2, but don't worry. Just ask me for it, and then I'll ask her, and then I'll post it in the community for everybody. So what I'm going to do now is to take the Pareto Principle sneaker worksheet and fill in my findings. Now I have my worksheet. I'm just going to take my findings and add it into here. The sell-through rate was 32%. Average price is $311. I'm going to do sneaker number 2 now. Sell-through rate was 36%. Average price was $288. Sneaker 3 was 9060 PB. Sell-through rate, I'm going to say not available. And then with some quick maths, we can calculate the average price to be $237. Then the average price is $209. Next, we have Mexico 66. And now we're done with the worksheet. I'm going to take this and post it in the community. I'm going to title it Rate a Principal Sneaker Worksheet. And then for the reasoning, I'm going to say extracted from last 90-day sale data. And same for this one. And then for these, extracted from personal data, and then post. I need to select a category. I'm going to put this in general discussions, and then we're going to post. There we go. There you have it, folks, the Pareto principle. I hope you learned something from this lesson, and I'll see you in the community. My name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure. See you in the next one. Goodbye. Hey, how you doing? And welcome back to the Consignment Masterclass. Today we're going to talk about leveraging your account manager. So without further ado, let's get right into the video. Here we go. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about dynamic pricing optimizations. We're going to mention hidden data and insights, new opportunities and early access, and finally, communication with warehouse. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, and don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch this video in 2x speed. Here we go. Dynamic pricing optimization. Your account manager monitors market trends and competitor pricing to keep your listings optimized. Your account manager will notify you if your listings are priced too high or too low compared to the market, so you can make informed changes. Additionally, they provide back-end data on sales velocity, competitor pricing, and demand shifts to help you refine your pricing strategy. And lastly, they provide non-intrusive guidance. Instead of changing the prices for you, they offer recommendations, leaving full control in your hands. Now let's talk about hidden data and insights. Your account manager provides data on which products are moving the fastest, helping you identify top performers and underperformers. They gather competitive intelligence, letting you know what similar items are selling for, when, and at what rate. You can receive predictions on upcoming trends so you can adjust your inventory and pricing to capitalize on future opportunities. Finally, your account manager helps you unlock in-depth reports and analytics you might not see otherwise, giving you an edge in making strategic decisions. Now let's go over new opportunities and early access. Your account manager is in charge of giving you a heads up on products that are about to drop, allowing you to secure inventory before it hits the mainstream market. They also notify you of special promotion or events that can help boost your sales or create new business opportunities. Additionally, your account manager is in charge of inviting you to exclusive business-related events, outings, or meetups that offer networking opportunities with other sellers, clients, and industry professionals. These events can help you build valuable relationships that lead to even more opportunities. And finally, the most important idea in this slide is that your account manager gives you the ability to list high demand exclusive items like Supreme drops, which many other sellers can't access. This gives you a competitive edge in a highly sought after market. Without an account manager, you could only list shoes on Stadium Goods. But with an account manager, they can help you list apparel like spider hoodies and etc. Now let's talk about communication with warehouse. Your account manager acts as a liaison, ensuring that your inventory is processed quickly and efficiently, so you never have to worry about delays in shipment. In case of any issues with orders, whether it's a product misplacement or a shipping delay, your account manager will immediately alert you and work with the warehouse team to resolve it quickly. They will be on top of it without you having to say anything. Additionally, your account manager ensures that your products are stored and handled properly in the warehouse. They'll notify you if anything needs special attention, like high value or fragile items, so you don't have to keep track of these details yourself. Now let's summarize in 3 simple points. Your account manager serves as the key liaison between you, your inventory, and the warehouse, ensuring smooth operations and quick resolutions. Secondly, they provide valuable data, alerts you to mispricing, and gives you early access to high demand products, boosting your competitive edge. And third, with optimized pricing, seamless communication, and insights, your account manager helps you focus on scaling your business while they handle the back end details. And the best part is, your account manager is hired by the Stadium Goods team, and they will become your dedicated representative. Make sure you build a relationship with your account manager and you stay respectful because they are human too. Now let's get to work. At this point, you should already have unlocked an account manager or getting to that point. So I'm going to show you exactly how I leverage my account manager to help me scale my business. In this email that I have in front of us, my account manager reached out to me, sharing the best selling SKUs in the last 7 and 90 days, as well as the month's promotion. Here is the data that she sent me without me having to ask, highlighting the best SKUs, as well as showing me the promotion of the month. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is the pricing management that they offer. If you look at this paragraph, Erica says, you have 81 overpriced cereals, and I love to get you closer to guardrails to generate some more sales. Some are being priced 50% over and listed for 5 months without any traction. I included a screenshot below. Let me know if you'd consider adjusting pricing. This is what I mean. Your account manager will monitor market trends for you and look at your pricings and alert you about it. However, they will never change the prices without your permission, and it's ultimately up to you. Now, this is another example I want to talk about. Your account manager has access to exclusive data that us consigners don't have access to. However, all you have to do is ask them for it. So here in this email, I said, good afternoon. Were you able to get the 30-day speed of sale data? And in a follow-up email, an hour later, she sends me the data that I'm looking for. This file has over 16,000 entries, and I can take this and send it to AI and have them analyze it for me. This file alone gives me an incredible edge in the market. Now, next I want to talk about exclusive opportunities. In this email that I have in front of you, my account manager has sent me a list of the weekly Supreme items that I can list on my account. These are the items that I can list at these prices. Listing these exclusive items are only available to people with account managers. Now, the next example I want to go over is scheduling pickups with your account manager. Usually, I'd schedule pickups myself through the website. However, some dates are unavailable. In that case, I send a personal email to my account manager, and she is able to squeeze my appointment in. As you can see, she got my pickup appointment approved. And finally, I want to talk about exclusive event invites from your account manager. In this email, you can see that my account manager sends me quarterly invites to the Consigner Appreciation Meetup events. These events have food and drink provided as well as other activities. The most important opportunity here is being able to network with other entrepreneurs that are doing 6 to 7 figures as a consigner. What I love to do at these events are ask other people the systems they have built in order to achieve their numbers. The last example I want to mention is the communication with the warehouse. During one of my shipments, I had 3 rejections, and it was because they were overpriced. My account manager was instantly on top of it, and we resolved the issue as quickly as possible. With that said, having an account manager is crucial. You get an extra member on your team free of charge, and the account manager has access to data and features that we don't have. So it's important to have them exploit those features and data for us. I hope this gives you an understanding of how important it is to have an account manager as soon as possible in order to build your business to 6 and 7 figures. In this course, I have given you all the tools and knowledge to get to Pro Seller Level 2 and Pro Seller Level 1 to unlock the account manager feature. If you have any questions, hit me up on Instagram or make a post in the community and I'll get back to you. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'll see you in the next one, boys. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And today we're going to briefly go over the idea that your network is your net worth. With that said, let's get right into the video. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about leveraging virtual networking. We're going to talk about building strategic partnerships and then attending local events and sneaker conventions. Quick warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video and don't skip. Don't fast forward. And a pro tip is to watch the video in 2 times speed. With that said, let's get going leveraging virtual networking. The internet only came out about a few decades ago, and before all, this would not be possible. So with that said, Now that we have this power to use virtual networking, why not leverage it? Make sure you join industry groups, participate in relevant online forums, groups, and communities where sneaker resellers, collectors, and industry insiders gather. Lucky for you, this is what the school community is all about. We're building a community here where like-minded people can gather and share ideas. Make sure you attend webinars and virtual events. Join virtual meetups, panels, and webinars to learn from experts and expand your network. Lastly, is to build trust and credibility. Share your knowledge and actively contribute to discussions. Offer value to others. This will help you create stronger, lasting connections. This is a very important topic that I stress often in these videos, so make sure you do that. Next is to building strategic partnerships. Identify potential partners. Look for brands, influencers, or resellers that align with your values and goals. Next is to offer mutual value. Approach partnerships with a win mindset. Offer something valuable in exchange, whether it's exposure, product access, or revenue sharing. Next is to nurture long-term relationships. Don't just build a partnership and forget about it. Regular communication and maintaining trust will help sustain and grow the relationship over time. With that said, there are people from all walks of life that are going to be in our community. Take some time, get out there and build some connections. Find people that align with your values and partner up. And if you can't find anyone, don't worry, you have me. And it's only a matter of time until you find someone, so don't give up. Finally, is to leverage social proof. Use your network and partnerships to build credibility. Being associated with well-known brands or individuals enhance your reputation. Finally, is attending local events and sneaker conventions. Firstly, is to research local events. Find sneaker events, consignment pop-ups, and industry meetups in your area or nearby cities. Keep an eye on upcoming sneaker conventions, expos, and reseller gatherings. Think SneakerCon or ComplexCon, etc. Network with industry leaders. By attending these local events, you can meet suppliers, resellers, and influencers in person to build meaningful connections. It means that much more when you're face to face with someone. Additionally, you can source inventory and deals here. Events often feature exclusive drops or bulk buy opportunities. They're prime for sourcing inventory at discounted rates, and sometimes you'll find off-market deals. Next is to stay ahead of trends. By attending these local events, you can learn about upcoming sneaker trends and the product releases that can shape your buying strategy. Finally, is Stadium Goods quarterly events. Make sure you take advantage of Stadium Goods events to network and find exclusive opportunities. Now let's summarize. Number one is to make sure you leverage virtual and local networking. Building relationships both online and at sneaker events to grow your reach and credibility. This is crucial to build a business. Number two is to collaborate with key players. You want to engage with influencers, brands, and fellow resellers to unlock exclusive opportunities that you might not find on your own. And number three is to use social media wisely. Make sure you're building your online presence all at the same time. Make sure you're sharing your knowledge and connecting with industry leaders to strengthen your network. By doing all these things, you will be able to attract people and opportunity effortlessly. Now let's get to work. I'm going to give you an idea of what Stadium Goods quarterly events look like in New York City. Here was the Stadium Goods Quarter 1 Consignor Appreciation event. It usually lasts for 2 hours, and in the event there will be drinks and food. In addition, all attendees will be entered into a raffle to win rare streetwear gifts and prizes provided by Stadium Goods. At these events, Stadium Goods take time out to show appreciation to high-level consignors. More importantly, you can meet fellow six-figure, seven-figures entrepreneurs at these events. And when you're here, really take time out to pick their brains, understand the systems they built, the teams they have set up, and how they're operating to reach those numbers. With that said, I hope to see some of y'all at these events. I might or might not be at future ones. Of course, I'll let y'all know in the community, and if you're attending one of these events, feel free to make a post, and maybe a fellow community member might see you there. With that said, my name is Terry. It's been an absolute pleasure, And I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
Welcome to the Sourcing Virtual Assistant module. In this module, we are going to teach you why you need a VA, what a sourcing VA actually does, where can I find a VA, how to hire them, how to train them, how to manage them, and then how to scale. So, pro tip is to watch this video in 2x speed, and let's jump right into it. So why do you need a virtual assistant? Well, a virtual assistant allows you to delegate the low leverage tasks so you can focus on the high leverage tasks. This means you will free up bandwidth for yourself to make the $1 million plays. When you start to delegate tasks, you will stop being the choke point of your business and you remove yourself as the bottleneck. The elephant in the room is that you can't scale if you're the one sourcing forever. Stadium goods is passive, so sourcing should be too. Now, what does a sourcing virtual assistant actually do? A sourcing virtual assistant's main goal is to find you profitable inventory. And they do this in a few ways. The first way is by buying now on undervalued inventory. And the second way is by placing bids. Now they do this by cross-checking prices on platforms like StockX, GOAT versus Stadium Goods. Now, where do I find a virtual assistant? Personally, I find my virtual assistants on a website called onlinejobs.ph. This is where I hire Filipino assistants from the Philippines. So in order to make a job post on this website, you have to subscribe to their plan of $67 a month, and it's totally worth it in my opinion. I want to get more into this later. So the One VA Away Challenge is a course that you can take created by the founder of onlinejobs.ph, and he basically teaches you exactly how to find your rockstar VA. I personally took this challenge, and everything that I'm going to tell you in this presentation will be taking inspiration from the One VA Away Challenge. Now let's do a live walkthrough. So here is the onlinejobs.ph website. I'm going to open it up in incognito so you can see how it looks like when you first start. So when you first start, your job is to sign up, make an account, start hiring workers, and make an account, right? And let's quickly go over how it works. So there is a free trial, but you can't communicate with workers or hire workers. So essentially, it doesn't do anything. What we want to do is be able to hire somebody. So we go with the pro plan. So here's how they market it. They made a pro plan to stop bad actors coming onto their platform and wasting people's time. So you have to actually put your money where your mouth is when you're about to hire somebody. How they market it is that you get on the payment plan, you hire somebody, and you can keep them forever, and then you just cancel your plan when you're done recruiting. Simple as that. And I will leave a convenient link for you in the resource links on the school page so you can sign up for yourself. It will be a referral link, so if you use it, I will highly appreciate that. Thank you, and let's get back into the video. Now, next is to how to hire them. How do you hire your VA? I interview all my prospects via email. Filipino people are shy. Most of them don't like video interviews, and that's completely fine with me. I'm totally down to just interview people via text. When I hire somebody, what I'm looking for is someone that I can work well with. And I'm going to give you a live walkthrough. I'm also looking for talent, of course. So let's go over how I found my VA. So the first thing you need to do is make a job post. This is not the right one. Here we are. So this is the exact job post that found me my rockstar VA. My VA is Chelsea, and she's been doing an incredible job finding me profitable inventory. And this is literally the job post that brought her to me. So you can copy and paste this exact same thing and find your own rockstar VA. And I will leave this in a document in the resource link down below. Okay, so I'll quickly go over the job posting. So we just give a about the role, talk about the responsibilities, the ideal candidates, and then how to apply. And pay attention to the how to apply part. So when people apply, I tell them to make the subject StockX arbitrage VA and then their name and apply with 7 points specifically. This is to weed out the bots, and it tells me that they actually read the job posting. If they apply with less than 7 points or the subject is completely off, then I just know instantly you didn't even bother to read the post. So instantly I delete those requests. So that's the job posting. Now let's go over how I interview people. Ray is one of the candidates that I did not go with, but this is basically how I do it. I send them a generic email. I say, thank you for applying. I'm impressed with your portfolio and I have a series of questions to ask you. So I just ask some questions that I'm interested in, like their MBTI indicator personality test. I am curious and I ask them where they are in the Philippines because I only want people from the Philippines. There are bad actors on the website, like people from India or Bangladesh pretending they're Filipinos and then trying to scam you out of money, basically. So I just want to make sure these people are actually from the Philippines. And then I ask them if they have another job, if they're able to work full time, and then when can you start? Okay, so I used to do it through the email, but then when you get a lot of candidates, it takes a lot of work to email every single one of these guys. So I'm going to show you how I've been doing it recently. So here is my other accounts where I am looking for a YouTube editor, a thumbnail editor. Again, I start off with a job post and then people come and message me with their applications and then I just send them the entire list of questions. Okay, let's take Jeffrey. He put the subject right and he applied for 7 points. So this tells me he actually read the how to apply description. So he starts it off with saying, hello, I am X, Y, and Z, his portfolio and resume. And then this is where I just copy and paste the entire list of interview questions for them, right? So I just send them this entire list of questions and then wait for people to respond. People that aren't interested in the job, they aren't ready to go all in, or they're not happy with the pay, or they were just wasting your time, they will self remove them from the process. So now when you get responses from people, like Mary, for example, right? She actually responded and answered every single question. That means this is someone that I can hire. And then out of the people that actually responded to the interview questions, I would pick one of them to hire based on who I think would work the best with me, based on their talent and their skill set and their resume, right? So that's basically how I hire virtual assistants from the Philippines. Now let's go over how to train them. So I train the StockX sourcing virtual assistants with the sneaker sourcing videos. I also have an SOP written to hand to them. And I also make sure I create new StockX, GOAT, Stadium Goods, and Rakuten accounts for them to use in order to start. Now I'm going to give you a live walkthrough. Here is the official offer that I sent to my virtual assistant Chelsea for my company, right? So it's pretty simple. It's just a quick overview of the position. And I start them off part-time, 20 hours a week on a trial, $250 a month, just to make sure that they're the right fit. So after a few weeks of us working together, if they show red flags, then I remove them instantly. And if they are a good fit, then I will promote them to full time. And I make sure they understand this as well, that they're on a trial and they should bring their best foot to the job. So I go over the position, key responsibilities, expectations, onboarding and first task, and final steps. Basically saying, if you accept this offer, reply to this email to confirm. And I will leave this template in the resource links as well. After they accept the position, I send them an invite to Bitwarden to share all the login credentials that we talked about. You don't have to do this. You don't have to use a password manager, but you can. just send them the plain text passwords over email if you want, but I just wanted to be safe and I used Bitwarden, and I gave her a StockX account with tax exemption, Stadium Supply account, and a Rakuten account for her to use for the cashback. And the training materials I started her off with was a video of the Ultimate StockX Sneaker Sourcing Guide, the ebook, and the SOP. Everything will be attached in the resource links below. I also gave her the monthly spreadsheet and I had her go over the material. And I also sent her a welcome video over Loom just saying, hello, welcome. Yeah, that's optional. So here is the spreadsheet that I have her fill out every time she buys something. So every time she buys something, I track the buy date, the SKU, and the size, and how much she paid for that item. And then when it sells, I put in the date is sold, the price is sold for, and how long it took to sold, and the margin, and any notes that I find fit, just to give her a feedback loop on what's working and what's not working, because without this, she won't understand what's good or not. And I'm not going to give her access to my Stadium Goods account, and you shouldn't either. So this is the way on giving her feedback. I'm going to leave a template of the purchase log in the resource links as well. And the last thing is the standard operating procedures, so she doesn't get confused with what she has to do in this role, right? You have to systemize everything so it's efficient and understandable and plug and play for any new virtual assistants that you bring on. So one thing that I took from the 1VA Away challenge is that because we're not doing any video interviews or stand-ups, and that we're mainly just communicating via text, and because of the time difference, she's 12 hours ahead of me. The only thing I ask her to do is send a daily check-in email saying what you did today, what problems did you encounter, and what you need help with. Very simple. And I documented everything I expect her to do properly in the job, just like a starter file, right? I'm going to include this in the resource links as well, so it's just plug and play for you. You just hire a VA, give them everything that I'm giving you, and they will be off and away. All right, now how to manage them. Google spreadsheets to track all their purchases. That's the purchase log we just went over. I also require all my virtual assistants to write me a daily email to report their activities. 3 simple questions. If they can't do that, then I'm gonna have to let them go. And how I pay my virtual assistants is via PayPal goods and services. And I'm gonna give you a live walkthrough. So now I'm inside of PayPal. How I do it is I just click on my VA and then I send them the amount that we agreed upon, and PayPal will automatically convert it over to their country's currency. And the reason I do this is because I can put it on my business credit card, earn rewards and points from it, and not have to pay a fee and write it off later when I do my taxes, which is awesome for me. So this is why I paid through PayPal. Now let's talk about how to scale once you get your first VA. First, you want to start with 1, and then you hire 2 for redundancy. Once you train your second VA, you can delegate quality assurance to your first VA, and then you can promote your first VA to a senior. Now, over time, this will become a sourcing machine on autopilot, and everything will become passive for you. It's already a sourcing machine on autopilot with just 1 VA, but then you hire 2 and you amplify your outputs. Now let's summarize. You just learned how I hire, train, and manage a sourcing virtual assistant. Now, I want you to hire your first virtual assistant. You should do this when the time is right for you. You will know exactly when you will need to do this. And let's get to work. Super pumped for you guys. Let's scale to the moon. I'll see y'all in the next video.
Yo. Hey guys, I'm gonna walk you through the essence of bulk buying very quickly. Right now I am in Istanbul. I'm in my hotel room. I literally just woke up, and one of my bulk suppliers, Warren, he starts posting his list of shoes that he has available, right? And I mean, it's just very simple how I do this. First of all, wait, you can still see this, right? So I just go into list items. I take the SKU of the shoe. I put it in here, right? I check the sizes and I just tell him what I want. So I check these sizes. He wants $165 per shoe. Clearly we can sell them for more than that, right? I set the margin to 10% margins because if the shoes sell fast, I will take 10% margins on it. And this shoe clearly sells very fast. If we look at the data on StockX, 762 pairs sold in 3 days. If we scroll down, number of sales, 12,000, right? This shoe is hot. All right, so I know it's gonna sell really fast. So I'll take the 10% margin gain on it. Okay, so boom, right click, forward, send it to Warren. I say, I'll take all of them. He says, okay, let's do it. I ask him if he has them in hand, and he says, yep, he'll ship them out tomorrow. He breaks down the total cost, and now all I have to do is send him the money through ACH, right? Bulk suppliers usually only take like Zelle, ACH, Cash App, Venmo, whatever, right? They don't do credit card payments. So you really don't have any fallback if they scam you. That means that this is built on trust. You have to trust the guy to send him money for shoes, and first of all, so he doesn't like scam you by not shipping the shoes out. Second of all, when he shipped the shoes out, they have to be real, right? You have to trust him that he's gonna send you real shoes, whatever, etc., right? This entire thing is built on trust. So you have to make sure that you pick the right people. Another wholesaler on the list that I've provided on School is someone called SoCal Hype. This guy, apparently he's like very vouched for, but I can't really say so for myself because I've never bought anything off him. I've never like sent him any money. So I also don't know how he looks like. He doesn't post his face. It's just, his profile picture is just a dog, right? The thing about Warren is that like I know how he looks like. You know what I mean? It gives me a little more trust, right? All right, so I'm gonna send ACH to Warren through Chase Business. I already have his information on file. I owe him $4,125. I'm gonna do vendor standard ACH, $4,125. And then the addendum, I'm gonna say 25 pairs of Cavestone Jordan 4s. Boom. Next. $2.50 fee. Sure. Boom. Sent. Tell him that I sent it. Show him the screenshot. Okay, we just sent the payment. Next thing to do is to make the tickets and buy the shipping labels so he can deliver the shoes, right? So boom, 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 4, 4, 3, 4. 25 pairs. Now I gotta adjust the price. Oh, the price is correct. Oh, except for this one, $295. Add products, 25 pairs, review items, submit. He says, got it, thank you. Thank you. I'll send over the labels right now.
Boom. I'm gonna edit this price just so it's pre-approved so I can generate the labels, because if it's not pre-approved and it's pending, I can't create the labels. All right, ship item, select boxes, 25 divided by 6, so like 6 per 6. Just wanna make no insurance. Let's do some quick maths, right? Total cost. We have $4,125 plus the $2.5 ACH fee plus $12 per label times 4 labels. Total cost is $4,175. All right, for ship your items part, I need to put in my bulk supplier's address. I got to fill this out with his information so it's correct on the label. He already gave me his information, so I'm gonna pull it up. All right, boom, pay. Should use a different credit card. It's all right. Pay and create labels. Boom, finish. All right, just bought the labels. Now all I need to do is send them over to Warren and he's gonna fulfill it. Now I'm gonna check my email for the labels. Here they are. I'm gonna click into them so I can fetch the labels, and then what I'm gonna do is copy and paste the links directly to him. Okay, so what I was trying to show you earlier, I'm gonna redo it. For example, when you make the tickets and before you submit the ticket, on the bottom it says estimated payout. So it does the complete calculations for you regarding how much you can expect to make for your ticket. And then compare that to the calculator. This is the number that I spent for the shoes to be fulfilled into my Stadium Goods account. And then I can pull up a margin calculator. And I could put in this information, 11% margin, which is really good. Yeah, guys, every year we keep getting better. 2026 is going to be a way bigger year for us. And I hope to see your success in the chats, in my DMs, in our school, whatever. All right, peace out, guys. Quick video. Take care.